Hey, welcome back, my future students. My name is Edwin Diaz, and I got over 1 million students online. I'm going to show you the curriculum for this course. I want to welcome you to the React.js for Beginners complete course in YouTube. Now, the curriculum starts like this. We're going to learn how to set up React.js by installing some tools here. And then we're going to learn, we're going to go over the, some of the ES6 syntax that you should be aware of in JavaScript in order for you to do any React application. Now, then once we go over the ES6 syntax, then we're going to go and start creating projects right away. The best way of learning any programming language online and offline, of course, is by practicing. So we're going to start by practicing right away. So we're going to start creating a project. We're going to do a to-do list, and this is how it looks right here. All right. It looks very simple. We're going to be able to add tasks, and then we're going to be able to complete tasks. And you can see the underline there, but there's a lot going on behind the scenes that, of course, you're not seeing here. So it's going to show you the fundamentals of React. Then we are going to go, after we create that to-do list project, so you can see it's quite a bit here. Then we're going to go over and create this notes application. As you can see right here, we're going to be using a tool called Vite. And we're going to be learning Tailwind CSS. We're going to be learning about states, and we're going to be learning about local storage. So there's a lot of things going behind the scenes here that, you can't see here, obviously, because we don't have the code. But you can see here that we're able to add and delete notes, but we are able to also, if I refresh the page, you are able to see this that stays here. We can't do that with this one because in the beginning, we don't learn about states yet. So if I refresh here, you can see that this is gone in the first project. In the second project, it stays there. So I can refresh and that will stay there in local storage. Now we're gonna finish this off by creating another project, final project called the calculator. This is gonna be an awesome project for you guys to learn something new. As you can see here, we can use the calculator to do division, multiplication, subtraction, and addition. So if I do 9 times 9, of course, I'm going to get 81. And I can do 81. Let's go right here. Let's just do this. 81 divided by 9. And you can see that it gives me 9. And I could do minus 3 equals 6 plus 2 equals 8. All right. So I can even can keep adding and doing different calculations in here, subtraction or division, and then I can clear everything. So I'm going to give you this code here, so pay attention to the links that I'm going to give you in the description of this video. I'm also going to give you the link for those of you that want to take this at codingfaculty.com, where you can get a certificate or you can get support from me, a one-on-one, and you can also take many different courses on Coding Faculty. So there is a lot of benefit of joining Coding Faculty. It's very affordable. You can do that by month, by yearly if you want, and you can take all the courses. We've got a bunch of courses on different technologies. But anyway, this is completely free here on YouTube. You're welcome to take it, and I'll see you guys inside. Take care. In order for us to develop React applications, we are going to be needing to download Node.js, right? Node.js is a JavaScript runtime. Basically, it's a tool that we can use to use JavaScript in the server, right? Simple as that. So for those of you that are running Windows, go ahead and download if you want. This is optional though. This is like a terminal here, like this, all right? That you're gonna have available for Windows operating system. It's gonna be very similar to the terminal in the Mac, and it's gonna be very similar to the terminal in the Ubuntu or Linux system. So for those of you using Windows operating system, I highly recommend for you guys to download this Git Bash tool right here. Okay, if you want. It's optional if you already know how to handle yourself with the terminal. With the command prompt in Windows, then keep your command prompt and you should be good, right? Anyway, for those of us that are running whatever version we're running in, if it's not the latest version, in my case, it's version 22, go ahead and download Node.js and click on this link here or whatever link you have for the latest version. I already have it in my downloads, so I'm just gonna start the installer here, and I'm using version 22 here. So I'm going to start my installer here. I'm going to follow the prompt So no matter what system you're using, Windows or Mac or Linux, go ahead and download Node.js. Right? For those of you using Linux, follow the instructions for your Linux operating system. All right. So I got version 22 now, and all I have to do is verify that in my terminal. All right. So I'll do node-v, and that should give me the latest version that I'm at this point. All right. So really cool stuff. Those of you that don't know, I do have a course on Node.js where we do everything with Node.js. Okay. Anyway, we are doing something a little bit different on this course here because we are creating a React. We're creating React applications, and we're learning about React, which is a front-end framework, right? A front-end framework, and this is a back-end framework, right, for JavaScript. So anyway, guys, I'll see you in the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So now that we have Node.js installed in our system, we know that it is running because we checked it in terminal, right? Now we need an editor. I'm going to recommend for you guys to use Visual Studio Code, and you can find the link somewhere in Google, right? By typing in the name here, VS Code, and it's code.visualstudio.com, okay? And then go ahead and download it. You can use it for Mac, for Windows, and Linux. And you're gonna have something like this. This editor was built by Microsoft, and it's really good. It's one of the best ones, and it's actually free, which is crazy. Anyway, so that's the editor that we are going to be using. I'm using some extensions here because I write in different languages here, but some of the extensions that I'm using here for you guys to have would be this one here, ES7. This extension here is very good. This is for React, okay? So this is gonna give us some really nice features that we need. We don't need them, but it makes our lives easier, all right? So you can see all the stuff that it does down there. And go ahead and install that. And let me see what I got here that should be very useful to you. You can install all the stuff I got on mine. As you can see right here, some of this stuff is for PHP, for JavaScript, and some other languages out there. But ES7 is the one that I'm going to recommend for React. And I also have live server, but that's more for PHP stuff because we have our own live server with React, but that's okay. You can install it if you want. You might be able to use it in other courses. Prettier code formatted. This is another extension that I recommend. All right, so go ahead and download that. I think you have to put something in there in the settings. So you're gonna have to use this code right here in your settings for your editor. So let's go here, this snippet right here, and go to edit. This gear here, and then settings. And then you're gonna click on, let me see if it's somewhere here, configure editors. All right, let me just come back here. I already have it in here, so go ahead and copy that we had right here. Copy this line right here, like I have it right here in your editor right here, all right? So you can see that it says editor formatter, all right? And you'll just copy that. Make sure you have a comma there, okay? And copy that line just exactly like how I have it, okay? And then save your file. Make sure it's exactly like that. All right. Once you have that, let me see what else we need. That's about it. Let me come back here. I was going to tell you to download Sublime here, but you guys don't need that stuff. You can leave it the way it is, guys. We don't need much. We're just setting up the formatter here just to make our code a little nicer when we save it. And if it's not working properly for you guys, just disable it. This is optional stuff. And the ES6 here is the best extension that I could recommend right here. But later on, as you progress in React, you figure out what other extensions you need. But that's it, right? So now that we have this editor, I just create some type of folder in your desktop. Mine is named React for Beginners, and I can just dump that folder in there, and then we could start creating our React projects in here, right? If we wanted to. This is some PHP stuff that I'm writing here in my other course. So here, actually, I'm not gonna even have that. I'm gonna rename this into, I'm gonna call this React Projects. And then we're gonna create our files in here, all right? Our project. All right, so we should be good. Anyway, on the next lecture, we're gonna start creating the project, and then I'll give you some overview about the project and how everything works. I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So in this lecture, we're finally going to create a React project, and it's super simple to do, all right? So I have an empty folder here called React-Projects. I just drop it in here, of course, and then I'm gonna open up my built-in terminal in here. So I do Control-tilde or Command-tilde. It opens up the terminal, and I can do that with, of course, the regular terminal on my computer. I'm just using the built-in here, which is basically the same thing. It's just a wrapper. So we can execute this npx create React app, just like that. And we'll give it a name, to-do list app. And that's it. Once we press enter, it's done. Now you might be thinking, where's this npx coming from? Well, this is coming from Node.js, right? Node.js, when you install it in your system, in your computer, it brings in some other programs that allows us to create applications in React, in other frameworks like Angular, or download any JavaScript package that we need, all right? So remember that npm would be the node package manager. npx is part of npm, right? So, right. Anyway, this actually finished already downloading. Let me see something here. Actually, it's still working on it. Let me see. And yeah, so it's there. It's just not visible right now, which is crazy. I'll just drop it in here again. Let me just restart this again. There we go. Let me just come back here, open this up, drop it in there again, and now we can see it. Sometimes this happens, all right? All right, I'm just showing you guys this here, so that way when you guys have that issue, you know, you already know what's going on. All right, so now we have this here, and once we do this, we can start our server. So this has built-in server inside that we could use, and let me go ahead and show you. And for those of you that don't know how to get the built-in terminal, very simple. You can click on New on Terminal here on top, and New Terminal. Right there, all right? And you can close it here. And you can also get the terminal by clicking any of the symbols below here and then going here. Perfect. You can also get the terminal in some operating systems by doing Control-tilde, like this, and then Control-tilde. You're pressing Control and then the tilde key, and you get that, all right? Very simple for your information. Let's continue with the course. And I can just do npm start, just like that. Oops. Oh, I got to go into the project. Sorry about that. So let's go to, inside the project. Let's do clear. So make sure that you are inside this project here. So what we need to do is we need to drop this guy in here, right? Not being inside the main folder, but be inside this guy right there, right? And then we can go and do what we need to do. Let's open the terminal. There we go. Now we are inside here. We can do npm start. And that will start this server. And as you can see right now, it's working 100%. Now, if you have an issue with this, by creating a project like this, what you can do is you can open another window. If for some reason you have a problem installing this, you shouldn't have a problem. But if you do, you could use another command to create a project. I will show you right now, just in case. Let's make this a little bigger. And there we go. And you can just use, this one is called npm create. And then you can use vite. Let me see if I got it correctly. Vite, and you just do latest. Simple as that. Enter. And it's going to ask you for the project name, and we just do to do list app vite. Enter. And then you'll just scroll down to React, because Vite is a development server, all right? And it was written by the guy that created Vue, okay? And we can use it for React. And it's used by Vue. Vue.js is another framework that we could use, but I'm actually creating this course here in React because it's actually a little bit better, in my opinion, than Vue, right? So we use a lot of Vue.js for applications in PHP. But Vue.js is a great framework, and it's very easy, okay? But anyway, so we'll choose React, press enter. We'll go to JavaScript, press enter. And I'm using my up and down arrow keys in my keyboard to do that, okay? So once you do that, you'll CD into the project. So you go CD, change directory into this project, the new project that we created. And then we do npm install. And then we do npm run to run the server. All right, so we'll recap on what we did so far, but it's pretty simple. Basically what we're doing here, we're installing the application in two different ways. All right, so now that we are here, we can do npm run dev, just like that. And now we can, if we click on this here, I'm pressing my command key and the click. Now you can see that I have Vite and React. Okay. So now if I click here, you can see that that's working right out of the box, right? And we go back in here, we can see the structure of that application using Vite, okay? So I'm just basically showing you how that's done. Let me just delete this here because we're not gonna use that. Showing you different ways of doing this thing. So in this application here, in the to-do list app, right? We'll open that up and we'll go to that application. Right? And remember, we start that one by doing npm start, and that starts that development server. It says that would you like to run the app on another port? So it's actually something is already running on 3000, and I'll just say yes, and that will open up my application in another port, right? Because something else is running, and it's probably the other application that we created. So I show you two ways of installing this. You can, of course, replay the video and see how this is done, but I just always trying to show you more ways of doing things. I'll see you guys on the next lecture, okay? And if you want to turn the server off, all you have to do is do Control-C, and that's it, right? Perfect. All right, and this one here, actually, this is the application that we have running already. So we do Control-C on that one, and that one is off too. Perfect. All right, guys, I'll see you on the next lecture where we're gonna be taking a look at our React application a little bit more in depth. I'll see you guys then. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So we're gonna take a quick look here into a React structure. Let's take a look and see what this actually consists of. So the first thing that you're gonna notice is that we're gonna have this no modules folder. This is where all the JavaScript packages are going to be located. So every time we run something like this, let me show you. Every time we run something like npm anything in our application, npm installed and some type of package name, automatically that is going to be installed right here, right, in this modules. Now, of course, this is being, that npm, the no package manager, is being guided by this package.json and this package-lack.json file, right? So all this stuff here has to do with npm, right? So this is where it keeps track of our dependencies or packages that it needs to download. All right. So that's the first thing that you're gonna see, this no package modules, this no modules folder. Now, the next thing is this public directory. This is where we're gonna keep this index. This is gonna be the main entry point of our application. Our application is mainly on JavaScript, written on JavaScript and HTML, right? So what it does is, very simply, we grab an ID, usually root right here, and then we inject JavaScript and HTML in here using React. That's all basically, that's what we're doing. Not just in here, but inside this div right here. So we grab this ID and we start injecting our application stuff in here. All right, that's why it's so fast, because we are using JavaScript and HTML. We're not using any backend stuff here. And because JavaScript is already embedded in the browser, this is why those applications are super fast. So we use this to get as an entry point to our application. So that would be the index. That's great. Let's go back into the next step here, the next thing. These are just files, images, and the favicon, and some of this other stuff that are not that important. All right. The most important thing here is the source, this SRC folder. This SRC folder is where we're going to be spending most of our time. This is where we are going to be creating our code, all right? So inside the index.html, all right, inside that root, you remember that root, all right? So this index.js is going to take a hold of that root ID. You can see here that we are using document get element by ID. This is a JavaScript code that is grabbing the ID root, which is in that index.html, right? And then once we have that, we are creating this element here, this root, right? And then we access this, so this object here has this render method, all right? And then we have some other extra things in here, extra tags that we've never seen before, right? So these are React tags, okay? So this is called JSX, right? So JavaScript XML. So it's just a way for us to have JavaScript and HTML all together in one place. So now we will have access to that. So this app here is being imported from this app file. What is this app file? Well, that is a JavaScript file. Well, right here. So if we click here, you can see that this is the app that's being imported there. And it's being exported by doing this export keyword, export default app. And here we bring it in, right? And then we, of course, put it right here. We don't have to do this here. We can just use that, right? We're just making it a little bit more strict. We're creating the strict mode in here, all right? So inside this tags here is where you're going to be writing your code. You're going to, and we do this by creating components. This is a component. This app here is a component. Every time you see something enclosed in a function like this is a component. All right, we're going to take a look at that anatomy in the future. But anyway, so you're going to have this index, which is grabbing the root, and we are importing other elements, like the app in this case. This is gonna be our main app, and we're gonna be putting that in here. From this main app, we can also import other applications, other files, other components from somewhere else in our application, and be placing it inside this code as well. All right, and each of these components have CSS files, all right? Test files if we want to test things out, right? And so on. So this is just basically what actually is happening with the structure. Super simple. Everything else here is super simple. It's nothing to worry about. I just explained to you the main things, right? Everything else here is just random stuff, like the gig ignore here is when you're using version control, right? This is a little bit more advanced, but this is just to ignore files for version control. But anyway, so to recap on what we talked a little bit about, no modules for packages, for JavaScript packages. The public folder is the one that has the index, the main file, where we are going to be injecting JavaScript into right here. All right, and that JavaScript is being injected from this index.js. As you can see right here, we're grabbing that element. We are creating this root object, and we're using this render function to render a component, a app component that we are importing from this file. From this file here, we don't have to type in, we could if we wanted to, JS. We don't have to do that because our application knows that we are referring to JavaScript files. okay? And that is being brought up from here. This is a component. And we can bring other components in here using imports and place it inside these other elements in here. And each of these components have a CSS, and we could have test files as well, right? We're gonna see that later on, okay? Very simple stuff. Anyway, guys, hopefully that was clear to you. It's not, don't worry about it. If you don't understand it much, you will by the end of this course. I promise you that. I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So before we go on and learn about React, we got to go over some of the ES6 features. So this is more of a modern type features in JavaScript. And, some of the features are, for example, let. This let keyword is used to define variables, and this const keyword. Some of you already know this, so you can go ahead and skip the lecture. But I need to go over this. So in JavaScript, we have this keyword called var. This is the keyword that we use for defining variables, right? So you're gonna see this in some applications. As we progress and we create more modern applications in JavaScript, you're gonna see this used less and less, all right? So sometimes you might see a whole application created and not even ever see this keyword anymore. Now, the reason why you might not see this keyword much anymore is because this keyword makes the variable globally accessible outside a function and even inside a function. So this keyword makes variable globally accessible in your program, in your script. So you can access the value of this variable anywhere you are in your script. Now, with the let keyword, this only makes the variable or the value of that variable accessible within the context in which it was created. So if it wasn't created inside a function, it is going to be available in that function only, all right? So this is a black level access to variables. Now, const here, on the other hand, is going to be a constant value. It cannot be changed. All right, so we use this in many different programming languages. JavaScript added this feature later on. All right, so let me give you an example here. So let's create a function here. I'm gonna call this display, just like this. And you don't have to do this with me. I just want to show you a common problem here. And when we use var, okay. So let's say we have an index here that equals 0, and index we're gonna loop 5 times. All right, that's what we're gonna do here. And now what we can do here is that we can console log the index, right? Of course, we could, if we wanted to, that's the index. So here, the problem with this is that we can access the index outside this loop here, right? So we could say outside, let's just put here outside the loop. Just like that. And we can put a comma here and put the index. So, all right, so we can put inside here and outside. So this could say inside here. So let's just inside. All right, and then we'll just call the function down here. Simple as that. Let's go back here and we'll see here that not only is available inside, but it's also available outside the loop. So that's a problem, right? So when we use the keyword let, in the other hand, like this, then when we do this, then we have a problem when we're trying to access that variable outside of that value, right? Because it's only available inside. Okay? Now, like I said, const here, to give you an example of const, and we don't have to even use the function here. We could just use some values here. So I could say car1, for example, and let's just say const here, car1 would be BMW, just like that. And let's say, for example, I'm displaying, let's do a console here. And let's just display car1 here, right? So we're able to display car1, that's fine. But let's go ahead here and try to get car 1 to be available as another car, as an example. And let's just copy this guy here and paste him down here. Refresh, and we can display the first value here, but when we try to assign another value to it, yeah, we get a problem. So that's the difference here, okay? Now, of course, we could do to let, we are able to assign different values to, okay? So this would be a Datsun or something like that, some type of weird car, right? And of course, we could do this here. We'll could display this one here, and we can assign a different value to that one. We'll have no problem with that one, but with constant, we do. Well, you can see that. All right? So those are the differences there. I just wanted to make that clear. Let's jump into the next lecture, and I'll see you guys then. Hey, welcome back. So in this lecture here, we're going to discuss briefly arrow functions. This is part of ES6, so let's take a look. So you're probably used to seeing functions like this in JavaScript. Maybe you have seen the arrow functions and probably got a little bit confused. Let me clear that up here because this is a refresher for those of us that haven't seen JavaScript in a while. And for those of us that are brand new, this is something that you should be aware of, right? Because we use a lot of this stuff in React. All right, so we could create a variable, and let's call this variable display here. And we could just take the name from here, make this, and make it work like this, right? We could do that. And if we wanted to see the value, we'll do console, right? And we'll do something like this, right? And we'll see value here. Great. We know that we could do that, okay? Now, with arrow functions, watch this syntax, all right? I'm going to create another function here. As a matter of fact, let me just copy this guy, and I'm going to call this display2. Simple as that, okay? Now, we don't need the keyword function because since these parentheses are here, we already know it is a function, and we just need the arrow, and that's it. Now, we come here, and we do this, and of course, get the value. And I actually can change that to say value2, so that way you know that we are using the arrow function, okay? Now, you might be thinking, okay, what is the benefit on that? When we just took off the function keyword. What about doing this in a more simpler way? What about taking the curly braces off? And you know what? Let's take the return off as well. What about this? Does that look better? Let's come back here. Same thing. See that? That looks a lot better, right? So arrow functions return values automatically. We don't have to have the curly braces there. If we are using one statement, we don't have to put the curly braces. We can return everything there. So it returns some type of expression, right? So now here's the kicker with this. You can do many different things here. Since we are returning some type of value here, we can say, hey, A plus B, right? And we can have this, we can pass this in here, A and B, right? So now when I do display, I can just pass these two values in here, and you can see that it adds 4, right? So we are returning some type of a result of an expression. Really cool stuff, all right? So there are many different things that you can do with this. As a matter of fact, watch this. So you don't even have to put the parentheses here if you don't want to. If you only have one of these values, what you can do is do something like this. Watch this. And let's just multiply this instead of adding it and have one number here. Let's just have 5, right? Watch this. Come back here, refresh, and we have 25, right? Pretty cool stuff. You can play around with this, but know that this is some of the ways that you can actually use arrow functions. But there are so many other different ways that we can use them, but this is the general concept of it, all right? So when you see this in React, don't get scared. They're super easy, and you will get into the habit of using them a lot. And they're going to be making your code work a lot better, and they're just going to make your code look better as well. And there are so many other things that we could do with it. Anyway, guys, I'll see you in the next following lectures. Let's keep going over this ES6 syntax. Hey, welcome back. So let's keep going over some of these features here. So that way, when we get to React, we don't get a surprise and not know exactly what we are actually doing, right? So let's look at the way that we used to do this back in the days, right? And in some applications that are old-fashioned, you're probably going to see some of these things here. So let's say we have a greeting here, and let's say we have a name here. And I'm just going to put my name here, just like that. And I'm just going to log this to the console. And I'll say, you're probably used to seeing something like this before. And I have this in some of my older courses, right? You see something like this. All right, so let's put the name here. We'll save it. Let's make sure we have the space here. All right. And you see that it says hello, Edu, right? Now, well, what I could do here just to make this better is that, of course, I can use ticks, backticks. Right? So now I don't have to do this, but using backticks allow me to use this dollar symbol and curly braces, just like that. And this work has very similar to some other languages, but look at this. Now I can do this. And now if I refresh, you can see now that everything still works the same, but I'm able to be inside a string because I can say, hello, Edwin Diaz, or I am your teacher, or something like that. We can still write strings in here. We can still write text in here, and it will show that in here, but along with the variable, with the expressions, whatever expressions I want, right? So let's go ahead and create another example real quick here that has to do maybe with some type of numbers or something. Let's go back here, and let's just delete this, and let's just create some new ones. And I'll create, this is really a brief, guys. So let's just create a constant here, two constants. And one is going to be A, and the other one is going to be B, right? And I could say something like this sum of A and B watch this, is, and I can do that expression right here. Watch this. The sum of 5 and 10 is 15. So I can not only display data, not only doing string interpolation here, but I can also return expressions within these curly braces. So I think this is pretty cool. And I just wanted you guys to be aware that we can do things like this, okay? Because you're going to see this in React. Okay, we're gonna see us using some of this stuff, especially backticks. Anyway, guys, I'll see you in the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So let's take a look at another feature here in ES6 called map. This map function here returns a new array. So let's say, for example, we have some type of array here. Let's say we have cars here. And let's just put BMW, or let's just say car 1 here. Actually, BMW, that's fine. Let's just keep it in the same context here. I always write these names here. And let's just, let's put another brand here. All right, so we have this array here. And we'll just create a constant here to have a collection of cars, just like that, right? So now what we can do is we can grab cars and we can use map here. And the way we use it is that we have a function, and we can use arrow functions in here as well, just like that, right? But we usually have a function, some type of callback here, just like that, okay? And in this function, we'll have a car. Okay, and it pulls out each individual value from here and creates and wraps everything in an array. So what we'll do is we can return this into, let's say, maybe a list item or something, just like that. And we'll concatenate the car, just like that. like this. All right. Now we can come here. We can do we can log it into the console, and we can do collection of cards just like that. All right. Come back here, and we can see now that we do have a new array. Right. Notice that we are not displaying anything here. We're not putting this into an array. It's already returning an array. Okay. I'm not telling it to return. Right. We are looping. Basically, it's going through each of these values here and is applying this list item to each of these values, right? And then it's returning an array at the end. So that's what it's doing here, as you notice, right? So each of these items is wrapped into a list item and is returning an array with it. So that's what the map function does. It's no big deal here. It's nothing crazy, but it helps us a lot when we are in React. It's just really, really useful. You'll see that in the future lectures. I'll see you guys in the next following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture, we're going to go over a function in ES6 called filter. Very similar to map. It returns an array, but it does something a little bit different. All right. So let me show you the syntax. First of all, it's the same thing as the map, right? It has a callback, and in that callback, it returns one of these values, right, in a array. And it returns a new array too. But watch this. So let's create that functionality here. Let's see the syntax. So even numbers. So we're going to create a functionality that is going to return an even number. So I'm going to grab the numbers array in this case, and I'm going to use filter. Right? I'm going to look for filter right here, and we're going to have a callback function. We can use an arrow function here too as well. And we'll grab one of these numbers that is in one of these array, right? So it's going to iterate over these numbers. And what I like about this function here is that we can test each of these numbers to see if it's even. And then once it's done, it's going to return a new array for the condition that if it passes the condition. So if each of these numbers, once it's tested, it passes the condition that we are going to give it, it's going to return a new array with those numbers. And it's going to filter out the rest. Let me show you. So we'll return the number, and we're going to test it right now. We're going to say if the number, and we're going to put a modulus operator here. And remember that the modulus operator takes care of finding out the remainder of a division, of a number divided. So right now we're going to find out if the number is even. So we're going to say if the remainder, we divide it, and we don't have a remainder. Basically, that's what we're doing here. If we divide any of these numbers and we don't have a remainder, is 0, the remainder is equal to 0, then I want you to give me that new array. And that new array is going to be in this guy right here, right? So that's basically what we're doing here. So we'll log it, and we'll just do this, and we'll come back here. And you can see now that we have this new array only with the even numbers. If that number or those numbers are divided by 2 and the remainder is 0, then that's an even number, right? So you can see that new array right here. You can see 2, 24, 34, and everything else was omitted. It was filtered out. 45 was filtered out, 75, 95, and whatever odd number we put in here is going to be filtered out. It doesn't matter. If it's not even, we're never going to have that value here. Very simple. There are so many different ways that we can use filter, but this is just an example here, so that way you have a pretty good idea. All right? I'll see you guys in the next following lecture. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture, I want to show you an example here of the spread operator in, JavaScript. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break this into 2 different arrays here. So I'm going to split this, and I'm going to go ahead and create this numbers 1, and then I'll create another copy of numbers 2, and I'll just put that in here like this. All right. Now what I want to do is I'll change this to say, let me just come back here and let's just change the whole thing here, really. So the spread operator is used to expand elements or to combine elements or to copy elements and create a new array of those elements, right? So let's say combined elements, just like that. They're not very unique with names. So what we can do here is we can grab an array right here, and we can say, well, you know what? Combine the numbers 1 with the numbers 2 and give me a new combined array. So I'm gonna console.log, and we're gonna see what we get from that. And we can see now that we get one array with the rest of the value combined, okay? That's one way of using that, all right? So we can also make it, let's say, a copy. Let's just, right here, let me just comment this out. Let me show you another example here. Let me see what I can come up with. And here, what I'm gonna do is, let me just create, you know what? Yeah, let me just create a copy. So I'm gonna call this copy version, right? I'll show you this. And we're gonna copy this first array right here. So I got a copy version right here. And what I'm gonna do in this copy version, we know that it's, let's just log it into the console and let's see what we get. So the copy version only has this number into 76. Let's put 77 in there. Now I'm gonna leave this intact. I'm not gonna touch this, but I want to grab the copy version and I want to push a value in there. Let's push in 77. Watch this. So now you can see now that I have this other value in there, right? But look what happens when I console log numbers right here. Let me see right here. You can see now that the other one is not touched, right? So we just created a copy of this one here, modified it, and without touching the original one. So that's another way of using that. Let me show you one last time how we can use this to do other things. So let me just take all this off. And the reason why I'm giving you different examples is because we use this a lot in React, okay? So I'm gonna call this numbers. I'm just gonna leave it the same name. As a matter of fact, let's just take number 1 out of it. Let's call it numbers. And I'm gonna create a function here, and I'm gonna call it sum. And let's not have so many values. Let's just have, we're gonna sum, we're gonna have A, B, and C, right? And we'll return we're gonna return all these numbers added up. A, B, and C, just like that. Very simple approach here. And let's grab another variable, okay? And we're gonna save the sum of all that. So we're gonna use this, and we're gonna grab this function right here, and we use the spread operator here, like that. And let's go ahead and put this on top here, right here. All right, so we got the function there. Let's bring this down a little bit. There we go. Sorry about that stuff. All right, so have nothing there. All right, so we put this here. Sorry about that. And so we have that. Now what we can do here is we can log it in and see what happens. Watch this. And we grab the total. And now you can see that we have a sum of 60, right? So this is one way to use that spread operator. Now, if you want another, let me just give you one more example here. Let's just delete all this stuff here. And let's just create one called letters. And let's say we have B, and I'm not very creative with this. And let's create another one here called the alphabet, another variable. And what we can do now is we can grab the A and we can say, well, you know, I have this here. Let me put this together right here. So we'll have letters. And now let me continue here with the D, and let me continue here with the C, right? Or actually now that follows this actually, right? So we got A, B, C, right? So this here would be equal to that. Simple as that. So now I can just log console.log the alphabet. Simple as that. Now we'll come back here and we can see that A, B, C, D, E. So we can do something like that, right? That's it. No more examples. Let's move on with the course. I hope you understood why and how we use the spread operator, right? I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Hey guys, so this is what we're going to be doing on this section here. We're going to build a small to-do list application. Now, this might look very simple, but we have a lot to do inside the code, all right? So it works like this. You write your task, and then you add it. Simple as that. You can see how fast React is. You write, you add, okay? And now we have another functionality here. Now, this behind the scenes is actually doing quite a bit. Now, if we click on this, you can see that it underlines it, gives it a different color for the text. And you can see also that when we hover over this list, you can see that it changes color. Now we can take it off completely, and you can see that it removes it from the view. So pretty cool. There's a lot going on behind the scenes that I'm really excited to show you. So let's go to the next lecture, and let me show you how to do this. And then we'll jump into other applications where we're going to be learning a lot more. See you guys then. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So the project that we have been using to, that I have been using to give you some examples is the project that I'm going to be using right now to create this application. So that way I can show you some more examples on how we start coding with React. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to build a to-do application, a to-do app using React just to show you the fundamentals of React. Then we're going to go ahead and create more things later on. All right, so let's start with this. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to delete all this stuff here. So the app.js, app.test, delete. We're going to delete the logo. So let me just choose this with my command key or control key in a Windows operating system. I'm going to select all of them, and I'm going to delete all this, and that's it. Let me see right here, delete, just like that. All right, let me see. I'm going to delete. All right, so index. Yeah, I'm going to delete that one as well. I'm going to delete everything in the source folder except app.css and app.js and, of course, index.js, all right? So let's go to index.js, and in index, let's make sure that we delete these entries here for report vitals here. We'll delete this one for index.css, and that's it. We'll leave the rest. Oh, and right here, we'll delete this. And let's go back in app.js. There is nothing else in there. We'll delete some of this code here because we want to start fresh. So I'm going to delete the header, completely everything out. And I'm just going to put ready here, just like that. I'm going to come here. I'm going to do npm start. Right? So if you don't have a project at all, for some reason you were watching me and did not create a project, go ahead and create one. All right? And do what I'm doing. I want you to create a project if you don't have one. I already created mine. I'm going, like I said, I'm going to use the one that I have been using to show you some of the examples to create this stuff for you guys, all right, to create these examples. So I called mine to do -list app, -app, all right? So I'm going to do npm start. You guys should know already how to start a project, right? and to create one in React, of course. So right now it's saying module not found, cannot resource. Okay, the logo. All right, so let's go back into the app.js. Let's make sure that we don't have the logo here. All right, so basically we're going to start clean here, and we're cleaning up. All right, so in the source code, again, app.css, app.js, and index.js, and make sure that you take everything that is giving you errors here, right? So now you should only have ready, okay? So it's up to you how you want to do it, but that's how we're going to start. We're going to start really fresh, and we're going to learn this stuff. So I'll see you guys in the next following lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. Are you guys ready? All right, let's do this. So this is what we have right now. We're going to start from scratch, right? So let's get to it. Now, one of the things that I'm going to do here, and we as developers do most of the time when we are using React and we're creating applications using this framework, is that we change the extension here to JSX. Now, JSX, all right, is the syntax that where we're going to be returning HTML and JavaScript all together, right? It's like XML syntax, right? So, we're going to say JSX, and there's a couple of different benefits to changing this to JSX, and I'm going to tell you in a minute. Now, this doesn't really matter if you leave it. Your application will still work fine. It's going to work exactly the same, all right? Behind the scenes, this is all going to be converted to JavaScript anyway. Now, one of the benefits that it does have, as you saw, my editor already started putting these little symbols here when I changed the extension to JSX. So that's one of the the reasons why we developers change it, because we get editor support. So our editors start recognizing that we are changing, when we change this extension to JSX, that we're using React components. And it's going to give us some really extra features, right? So another reason is because developers, when they see JSX, let's say you're sharing this application, they're going to recognize these are React files, React components, not just JavaScript. Right? So some editors like this one here give you some better syntax highlighting, linting, and even auto-completion when you're using JSX, right? So we leave this like this just for those reasons. And also when later on, we might have the need to create JavaScript only files. So we want to recognize those files. So that's why we keep JSX and JavaScript files in separate locations, right? Well, not separate locations, but we keep the code separately. JavaScript, a JS extension only for JavaScript, and JSX for the React stuff, right? Got it? All right. Anyway, so let's get going here. We know that this app component right here is being injected, right? We are importing it here and injecting it in here, right? In this index file. This is a JavaScript file, right? React file. But we are grabbing the root component from the public directory right here, and we're injecting our application there. Just make sure that we know that, right? All right. So we're going to start here. This is going to be our main application and our main component, and we're going to have everything, all the other components inside this component. And as you saw there, all right, to create a component is super simple. All we're doing here is returning a function. So we know that React works with functions, right? Most of the time, these are components, all right? So we have a function here, and we are returning some JSX, and JSX means, HTML and JavaScript code together here. And you can see the little parentheses here, right? So there's nothing else here. There's no curly braces. It's just parentheses. That's how you know that this is going to be JSX. All right. Here we write some JavaScript code in between the curly braces. But when you're returning data and you have these parentheses, this is JSX. All right. Now, one thing to notice here is that when we're also exporting. When we are exporting files, well, our components need to be exported out. So that way we can import it in another file, right? But when you see default here, that means that you're exporting one component only, one functionality only. All right. So you can export many different files here, multiple files, right? But when you have default, you're only exporting one. We probably already took a look at that in another lecture. But anyway, so we're going to export here some HTML now because we want to make sure that we have our application, at least some dummy content here. And then later on, we're going to divide this into components and put some functionality here, some JavaScript stuff or React code, right? So anyway, we'll have a div here, and another thing to notice here is that we don't use class like this because we have this word reserved in JavaScript. So we use class name, right? So that way React knows that we are referring to a class in CSS, not something in the JavaScript world, right? Because we have classes in JavaScript. So anyway, let's go ahead and build a to-do app div here, or a div with a class to-do app. And then in here, we'll have an H1. And this one, as a matter of fact, is H1. So let's put H1 dot to-do dash title. And then tab, right, to autocomplete. We should know how to do that already, right? To do, and then list right there. All right. So now here, I'm going to create a form, and we're going to give this some styles later, right? That's why I'm giving it class names right now. So let's do dot to do form. This is going to be the form. I press tab. That's it. We're not going to need this action. All right. Let's go into the form right here. And it's going to be type text. And let's just bring this down a little bit so that way we can be a little bit more clear on what we're creating here. All right. Let me put this less distraction, right, guys? All right. So let's have the class name here, and let's call this not form control. This is a bootstrap class. Let's call this to do input. And right here, we'll put a placeholder. And we'll just, let me see what we can do here. We can say add a new task. Just like that. All right, we're done with this one here. All right. And now, right here, right below this one here, I'm going to add a button. Just like that. All right. Type submit, and then I'm going to add a class here. And the class is going to be to do button. Just like that. Okay. And add task, that's okay. All righty, perfect. All right, perfect. Let's see what we got. All right, it looks like we have an error here. Let me just go ahead and start my server again. So I do Control C and then the up arrow key to go to the last command, npm start. Let's do that again. And let's see what we got. All right. Now this is what we got so far. All right. Perfect. All right. So I think we're doing pretty good. All right, so let's continue in the next lecture, guys. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So this is what we got so far. What I want to do is I want to get a list here of some of the items that we are going to be completing and deleting for our to-do list. All right, so we're going to, of course, create that with HTML right now. We're going to style it later on with CSS, and we're going to make it look nice. And then we're going to separate this into components, into React components. So that way I can show you the functionality. Do not worry if you don't understand everything I'm doing sometimes, because we're going to build a lot of code that is going to show you how things are actually done. They're going to make a lot more sense, all right? So it's going to show you how things, how we do things with React, all right? Let's go back into the code and let's practice some more. All right, so let's get the list. All right, so right below this form right here is where I want to create my list. All right, so let's go here and let's give this a to-do list class. That way we can target this with CSS later and make it look really nice. Inside this to-do list, we're going to have to-do items. So let's go ahead and give this a class of to-do item. That would make sense, right? And here we're going to have our items. We're going to have a span tag with the text of that specific task. So we're going to call this to-do text. And then we're going to have a button as well so we can delete it. So button, and we're going to give this another class because we want to style this. To do delete button. Yeah, I'm so creative with names, right? Super simple. All right. Yeah, we need to make it well, actually, as a matter of fact, let's just make this like a little X here. Let's see if I can do some HTML entity here. We start with an ampersand dash number symbol, and then the number. Let me see if this still looks like it's not working right now. Let me see. Ah, there we go. I just needed the semicolon here. So 1005, well, not 1000, 10,005. I remember that because for some reason, numbers get really stuck in my head. So we got a little edge right here. You can see that. We're going to style this, make it look nice. Let's put some text in here so that way this looks all right. So let's just say learn React with Edwin. So that should be it to do, right? And that's how it's going to look right now. Yeah, it doesn't look like much, but we'll make it look nice later. Let's just uppercase the React here, right? Let's show some justice to the name. All right, so we got a to-do list, to-do item, to-do text, to-do delete button. And then what we can do here, we can create a couple more just to make some dummy content here. Let's go back in there. And then you're not just going to learn React with Edwin. You'll learn Python with Edwin, right? You'll learn Angular. And don't worry, I'll make you successful. That's my job in this world, to make you guys a lot better than me. All right, so you can build the next generation. All right. Learn everything. All right, there we go. That looks a little nicer, right? So now, yeah, that's it with this lecture. Let's go to the next one, and let's just make sure that we make this look good on the next one. I'll see you guys then. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. I'm so glad that you're here, really. That shows me that you really want to learn, and I will teach you. All right, so let's get to it. Let's make this a little bit better. Let's make this look nice, because right now it looks horrible. So let's go ahead and first of all, let's go to app.css. Remember that we are importing this file up here so we can style our application. We have some stuff here that we have not deleted. So let me just delete everything here. Let's go ahead and general and give our applications on general styles. Let's do body here, and let's just margin 0, padding 0, and font family sans serif. That's okay. As a matter of fact, let's just put this on top. All right. Let's do background color here, and let's let me see this one here. Ace blue. Yeah, that doesn't look right. Yeah, that looks horrible, right? Huh. Let's make this. Let's play a little bit with this. Let me see. F0, F. So the Fs are white, all right? So if you change this, you can see how that changes, right? Those colors. So red, green, blue, and alpha, which is opacity, right? Remember that. All right. Now, I'm always showing you different things here, guys, right? So let's just play with this a little bit. Let's just put this 0 here. Maybe we'll do F2, so you can see how that's moving. And let's see. We don't need all of them. We can just do 6 of them, right? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Let's just make this 5 instead, right? All right. I'm just playing with this. All right. So that's like an off-white color. All right. And let's go ahead and also let's target our to-do app. Let's target the background color. Let's make it white. That's fine. And let's make the max width of this not 600, but let's make it 500. And let's do margin auto. But let me just put 50 pixels here. And then the size, make it auto. There we go. There we go. So that I can center that out a little bit. And let's go ahead and work on the padding here. So the to-do app, let me just go back in here. We can see that this is the one that I'm targeting right here, this whole thing. All right. Let's go back in here. So let's do padding, right? That's what we were working on. And let's do the top and bottom, I mean left and right. So 30 pixels. And the other one would be 40. There we go. And let's do border radius, so make it a little roundish, and we'll do 8. I'm always changing this stuff. I'm not gonna take everything that my editor recommends, right? And let's make it so that it has a little modern look. So we can do a bat shadow. And let's make, remember what I told you about the colors, right? As a matter of fact, this looks okay. This right here, this is the bat shadow, right? So this has to do something with the color here in the back, all right? So, I mean, if you know CSS a little bit, if you know CSS, you know what this is. I'm not gonna show you CSS. That would take too many lectures here. But this is the bat shadow here. And this here, let me see, 046. We don't need this one here. And RGB8. And here I want a little less dark. Yeah, that looks better here. So this is the alpha, right? So the more up you go, the more solid it is. This is just a little bit. So if you do 1, you can see that that's really dark. So what we're doing here, we're making it just a little dark, right? Not too much. There we go. Just like that. All right. Let me see if we got more time to do. Yeah, we got time to do a little bit. So let's do the title. Let me see here. Let's work on this guy here. Let me see. Let's go back in here. Yeah, let's work on this to-do list here. It's making this a different color here. Hopefully it doesn't, we have, we have to-dos all over the place. So this is changing the name of our text here, but that's okay. Hopefully it doesn't create any more problems later on, but it shouldn't create anything. It's a text. All right. Let's go and update that and make it look a little nicer. So let's do to-do title. And here we're going to text align this to the center. Color, let's make it a little grayish. I think this here, 333, would make a little gray. Let me see something here. Yeah. A little grayish. All right. Dark, gray going to dark. All right. So margin bottom, we'll do 30 pixels here. Perfect. Let's see. Perfect. That looks good. All right. All right. So this is starting to look good, guys. We're just styling this, making it look nice. Let's take it to the next lecture, guys. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So our to-do app is starting to look a little better, right? It looks a lot better than before. So let's make it look a lot better. Right, so let's go here. So let's go in here and let's see what else we have. So we have the form. So we got to work on the form, make it look nice, make the inputs look nice, and the button look nice. All right, so we got to make everything look nice, right? So we have already a to-do form class. So let's style that. All right, so yeah, let's see what we can do here. So let's try to center this stuff here. At least some of the items that are in the form. So let's do flats. And let's just display these flats. And let's just justify it. And the content that I want is not center, but space between. All right. Yeah, that doesn't, we'll work on that right now. But let me see something here. Margin bottom. And 20 pixels is fine. Alrighty, that's looking a little bit better. All right, we got to work on this input and the button, make it look nice. All right, let's get into it. So what do we got here? Let's see. So we got the form, and then we need to work on the input. So let's go. So to do input, we have a class. That's right. Let's do flex 1 here. Let's do some padding, and let's do padding, and then this. Let me see, that looks a lot better, right? Perfect. All right. Font size, let's make it a little bit bigger, and let's do border, and This grade is fine, but let's do DD a little bit better. Oh yeah, that's looking really nice. Let's make this a little bit more modern. Let's make the border radius. Let's give it some border radius of 4 pixels. That's okay. And that's looking a lot better. All right, let's make this so that way the focus, it changes colors when we focus on it. So we can do to do, and let's do this pseudo here, focus, and let's outline it to none. But let's change the border color. Border color. Let's see if we can find a blue here. Let's do blue. And then, that's too much. We can change that. We can just go here and make it a little lighter. All right, we can change this here. Maybe we'll do 8. Let me just, for a, let me see, for 890, that would take it there, and maybe E2. All right, so when you play around with CSS a lot, you get to learn this, especially if you know the science behind it, right? So let's go back here, and that's a little lighter. I'm just a little bit specific on some of the things that I do, guys. Simple as that. All right, let's work on the button. Let me go back here. Let me see what I gave it to do button, right? So let's go in there. Let's work on that. All right. To do button. Perfect. All right. Let's give it some padding. And 10 pixels is fine, and then we'll do 20 for that. Margin. Let's give it some margin here, some margin left, just a little bit. So let's do margin. So give us some separation there. And let's do 10 pixels is fine. Yep, that's okay. We'll work on that button. Just to push the form a little bit, let's give it a background color of, you know what? I'm not gonna go crazy. I'm just gonna leave the background color the same as this here. All right, just like that. We gotta work on those borders. They look ugly, right? So let's just work on that. Let's change the color to white. That's okay. And then we'll do border radius 4. We'll do border. Let's do border none. Border none. And let's do the cursor pointer. All right, that looks a lot better. Yeah. One thing that we need to change this just to be a little darker when we hover over, right? So let's just copy this guy and do the hover here. Let's change the background color to be just a little darker. 357, AB8 or something like that. Just a little darker, right? Yeah. There we go. That looks good. All right, perfect. That's looking good. I think we're done with this part here. That's looking nice. We got to work on this, guys, here on the next following lectures. All right? I'll see you guys then. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So we need to work on the list here. And let's go into the app.js and see what we got. So we first have this guy here. And let's go ahead and set some general styles here so that way we can, style this accordingly or style this properly. So the list around this needs to have some margin zeros and not styles at all. So that way, let's just reset those styles because the browser is always giving styles to our HTML. So we need to reset them. And we'll grab the to-do list and let's just list style none because it is a list, I believe. Oh, it's not a list really. So we don't need to do this one here. I thought that we had a UL list in there. So we don't have that. But maybe we don't. I thought we had a UL there. Sorry about that. But let's just make sure that that doesn't have any styles though. We don't need the PX in here. And let's do margin 0. All right, just making sure. We don't need no other stuff in there though, but just making sure here. And then, as a matter of fact, we'll just leave this here. And I'll tell you why, because maybe later on we'll change it to a UL, and we don't want that UL to be styling anyway, right? Just keep that in mind. Put a comment here. It is not a list, but might change it. All right. Perfect. All right. So let's work on the next items, on the to-do items, all right? So I know I have a class there, and I always start with the O. To-do item. All right. So we'll change the background. Let's make it F8. Yeah, that's going to make it off-white. There's so many off-whites that I love. Instead of 10 pixels, let's make it 15. Margin bottom, let's make it 10. Let's give it some border radius 4. That's usually what I use. And let's see how that looks. Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and make a display flat so we can center this. So display flats, and align items is the one that I want to use. Center. Yeah, so that I can center this in here. All right. And let's see. Let's give it a little transition here. Let's do transition. Let's change the background color to have an ease of 0.2 seconds, and ease is fine. There we go. That looks good. All right. So when we hover over this, I'm not seeing anything here. So let's work on that. Let's change the background here to be just a little different white. Not F8. Let's do F0 here. This is a different white. There we go. Just a little darker. All right, that's looking better. All right, let's work on the text here. So let's do flex 1 in here. So to do text. And then we'll do, let me see something here. Yeah. Flex 1 is fine. Let's do font size. 18 pixels is fine. Let's do color. I like 333 better. And let's do the cursor to pointer. It's fine. Yeah. Way better. We got to work on these ads though. Okay. All righty. And we got this ads here. I think I gave it a to do delete or something button. Yeah, this is the class here. So I'm just going to copy this guy, paste it right here. Right here. Let's work on that really quick. So background, you know what? Let's give it no background. And let's also give it no border. Color, I don't want, let's just try a red color. Let me see here. Yeah, this color should be fine. Let me see that. Huh. Let's E6, I think E7, just we'll go a little darker on the red. E7, let me see something here. So that's orange. Then we'll go into this one, 3, get it. Let me see that one. Yeah, that's looking a little better there. All right, perfect. then we'll have a font. Let's make this a little bigger. So we can say font size 18. Yep, a little bigger, and let's give it a pointer, right? Because it doesn't have a pointer since it is a button. And then let's just give it some general styles, and boom, general reset for padding 0. Boom. Yeah, that is looking really nice. All right, when we hover over this here though, I want to change it and make it a little darker. Okay. All right, hover. Oops. Color, and let me see what I can do here. So let's just play around with this. 03. Let me see, 39. Or all right, I'm missing a number. I got too many numbers here. Yeah, that looks a little darker. Yeah, that is darker. Yeah, perfect. So when I go over it, you can see that changes and it's a little darker. Perfect. All right, that looks good. One thing that I want to work on is when I click, well, I'm going to do that later. We're going to add another class to have, as a matter of fact, let's do it now. And let's just finish this. Is a line through that I want to put. One of these needs to have a line through. All right. So we have an extra class that we need to create on one of these guys. So let's create it on this one. It's going to be completed because we need to have this class added later. When we click on one of these items, we're going to add a feature where it's going to put a line through this here to show that it is completed. So we're going to put a completed class in here. So we're going to put a second class, and that's going to create a line through that is going to make this task here look completed, or whatever task we put this class on. So let's get into this here. And this would be, let's just grab the text is what we need right here. And the other class, of course. As a matter of fact, we can actually put it together here. So that way we know. And then we'll put the other class in there like this. And we'll just grab the text decoration, put a line through, and then we'll put a color to make it a little grayish. And you can see now that it looks like that. That looks nice. All right, perfect. So later on, when we click on one of these, we'll add that class to one of the whatever task we want. But that would be dynamically, right? So anyway, guys, thank you so much. Hopefully you guys enjoy this. Remember that you always have those files in the beginning of every section. If we're creating a project, you're going to have these files, all right? I wanted to write it with you guys just to show you. Some of you are brand new to CSS. Some of you need a refresher. So I wanted you guys to see it, to see me doing it from scratch. So to help those that needed some CSS knowledge. All right, guys, I'll see you on the next lectures. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So our application 100% and our 100% view in the browser looks like this. I always have it a little bit bigger so that way you guys can see it better. Now, what I want to do is I want to start breaking down my application into components. I want to create a form component. I want to create a to-do item component. And so I can show you how we can do this in React, all right? This is just for your information. If I was creating a very small application, I would leave it the way it is. But since we are learning this, let's break this into components and see how this works. All right, so what I want to do is I want to create a components folder. Usually that's what we do, all right? We create our application starts getting bigger, we create a components folder right here like this. Components, just like that. And then we'll start putting our components in here. So I'm going to create a component here, and I'm going to call this to-do form.jsx. JSX. Boom. All right. Perfect. All right. Now, to create a component in React, super simple, right? We need to return some type of function. Let's call this to-do form, and we'll just return some data from here. Simple as that, just like that, right? And then we'll return JSX in here. Now we need to do a couple more things in order for us to make this work. First of all, we need to export the data so that way we can import it from another file. So we need to do export down here. Now we could do this up here as well. We can just say export, right? But let's do it here. And as a matter of fact, let me see if I'm missing anything here. No, that's fine. We can just do export here. That's okay. We can do export default, and then we'll do to-do form, just like that. And that will take care of exporting this out, right? Now we'll write that our JSX in here. We'll use later on state, so we'll import that from the top. But right now, let's go ahead and put our code that we have in our app.js in here. So what I want to do is I want to take the form out. I want to take this from here out. We'll put something here later. But let's go ahead and place it here, just like that. Okay, perfect. All right. So right now, if we go to our application, of course, the component is not there anymore. That to-do form is not there. So what I'm going to do is we need to import it. So we'll come into app here and we'll do import. And since it's the default, since we're only exporting one thing out, it's a default, we don't need to use curly braces. All right, so we'll just do import to-do form from here. And now what we can do is we could just put our to-do here. Just open some tags, just like that. And we can self-close it, just like this. And now when we come back in here, we have our component. It's working 100%. All right. So also keep in mind that we don't need to self-close a tag. We can always have a self-closing tag another tag in here and close it. All right. So this is a shorthand version here. This is the one that we use most of the time. Perfect. So I think we're done here. We're just gonna make leave this lecture very short, but just keep in mind that that's how we do it. Right. So you can see that we are importing this component from this location here. And notice that we don't need to put the JSX or the extension here. React knows that that's what we want, right? That's a component. And once we import it, we get the name of that component, that function, and we use it as a tag here. Remember, this is not HTML tag. This is a React tag, all right? But it looks very similar to HTML, right? Because it turns into a tag, right? Anyway, guys, thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So we already broke this down in two components so far, right? So we have the app component, then we have a to-do component, a to-do form component, and then we can have also another component here called to-do item component or something like that, right? We name it whatever we want, but it makes sense to name it to-do item because that's exactly what it is going to be, right? So yeah, we can convert this to a to-do list component, but that's taking it too far. We can, guys, remember that we're trying to break this down into manageable components. If we create too many nested components, that will create a problem later on. So the least amount of components to make your application work good, it's okay. That's the perfect way to do it. So we don't have to create a bunch of main component then, if we don't want to, if we don't need to. So I'm going to create a component here that is going to be a to-do item component. And we're going to loop through that through a list of data that we're going to have, and we're going to display this in a list, right? We're going to display this in a loop later on. We're going to create those dynamically. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this from here and create a component. So I'm going to copy that and create another to-do item component. So we'll do another component here. So we'll call this, and notice the convention, the naming convention that I'm using. I'm using uppercase here. And then I'm using, so I'm using the uppercase first, letter and the second word first letter as well. Okay, so to do item, actually, to do item dot JSX. Perfect. All right, so to create a component, remember that we need to return a function. So we're gonna call this the same name as the file name, to do item, and we'll just this is a function, we'll return it. Simple as that. And then we'll return the JSX in there. Let's go ahead and export it out. So export default, and yeah, just like that. Put a semicolon there, even though sometimes we don't need it. So, and then we'll just paste that in there, that to do item. Simple as that. Now, when we come back here, of course, let's go into the app, and then you see everything here. Come back, it's gone, right? So we'll import it on top. So let's go ahead and import to do item, just like that, from the same place as that one, as the to do form, right? And we'll come back here and paste that in there, right? Well, let's first open some tags here and just paste that and self-close it. Now we'll come back here and we can see one there. All right. So we'll multiply this. Well, we'll add a couple more of the same one. And we can see now that we have different ones here in here. Let's just create another one. I think we have 5 on the last one. That's it. Actually, we have 4, I believe. It doesn't matter. We'll change this later. Change this later, right? All right, perfect. I think we can, this is looking pretty good, right? So you guys know how to make components, right? It's super simple. Return, just create a function and return it. Simple as that, right? And import it from other files. All right, so we're gonna leave this lecture the way it is, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So we have some dummy data in here. These are HTML data. What I want to do is I want to replace this data with something else, with maybe some React data, right? Some variables with JavaScript. So let's go ahead and play around with this a little bit. So let's go into the app. Right above here, I can add some JavaScript stuff before I return some JSX, right? So what I want to do in here is I'm going to create an array that is going to have some dummy data. Then later on, we're going to use this button here, the add task, to add a new to-do, right? So let me come back here, come back. So when we click here, I want to be able to add one of these later. But right now, we just want to see something here, all right? And I don't want to see HTML like we have here. I want to see something else coming in from an array. Later on, we'll add a database and we'll add some more functionalities so that way we can keep learning. This is a progressive course. I'm going to teach you everything possible to get you up and running with React, I promise. All right, so let's go ahead and create an array here. And what I want to do is I want to import state, all right? So we took a look at state. We already know how it works. Let's go ahead and import it from React. So let's go ahead and import React, but if we need it, right? And then we'll use state. We have so many different hooks. This use state. And then here, what I'm gonna do, because we want this to be, to update, right? When we add it and when we take it off. So we need to use state for that. So we'll do use state. And then I'm going to pass in some content here. So let's go ahead. And what I want to do is I want this to have a text property, this object, right? Basically, an array of objects. And then I want the text to say something like, hey, learned React with Edwin or something like that. Doesn't matter. And then we'll have another property here, another property of this object to be equal to false or something like that, right? And we'll have another one in here to say something else, like learned Angular or something. All right. Now, I want to pull this data out from here. and I want to make this available in here. And we'll make it as to-dos. Now remember that the second parameter of this would be the function that is going to allow us to update this stuff later. So we're going to call this set to-dos because that's the convention. All right. So now that we have that data there, we can go into our template here, or should I say into our render, our JSX, and we can, display this somewhere. So we can just take all this off and we can come back here and we can see that only has one. And now in here, what I can do is we can write an expression by putting curly braces, just like that. All right. And in here, we can say, grab the to-dos, and I want you to map to it. And I want to put some arrow function in here. Let's use that. So we'll say to-do, and then we'll grab the index from that. Come back here. Yeah. And we'll return some JSX just like this. Come back. And let me see that if I did this correctly. Yeah. I just need to write some JSX in here. As a matter of fact, let's just take this and put it right here. That's it. Boom. All right. And now you see two items there. Simple as that. Right? Because those are the two items that we got up here. All right? That's just data that we have there just to see something happening. All right? Just to see something happening. Now we can, let me see what we got here. So learn React. So they have the same name right now because of course, that's how they are in here, right? We have learn React with Edwin. We don't have anything dynamic in here. We'll change that later then with properties, right? But right now, that's what we got. Yeah, I think we're gonna leave it at this. I don't want you guys to get confused. So just make sure that you get to this point, guys, and make sure that you are writing this stuff down, all right? All right, so we're getting out the to-do, which is the item here, and we're getting out the index. That's what we're getting out of this array here, okay? We'll put this empty later on because we want to really add it by ourselves. But right now we just have some dummy content here just to show you some things and to see something displaying here basically, all right? Anyway, guys, I'll see you on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So let's continue to work in our to-do list application here. Now, let's go back into the app.jsx and let's see what we got here. So we are we're passing this to-do in this index here. Let's use them inside this to-do item. So we do that by creating this attribute right here. So if I do this and I use this here will become the variable name in the other side, the property name. And this will be, of course, the value. I don't have to name it to do. I can name it whatever I want. All right. But since I'm using to do here, of course, I have to give it the same name. Right. And I can name this whatever I want as well. But this attribute here will become a variable in the to do item side right here. Okay. So just keep that in mind. Let's go back in here. Now, one thing that I also want to pass in here. Now, when we are iterating over items, especially in these libraries and frameworks like React and Vue.js, these frameworks and libraries keep track of the items they are iterating over. And what we need to do is, most of the time, we need to set some type of key, and we need to give it either the index or the ID of the item we are looping through. In this case, React is going to ask for an index. All right. So that way it knows exactly what item is iterating over. Right. So that's just keep that in mind. Okay. Now let's go back into this item here. And now let's accept this to do, and let's accept the index. Right. So now that we have this here, and this is in the to do item, that JSX, now we can grab here and make this a little bit more dynamic now, because now we have this coming from the other side. So we can accept this here, put this curly braces to write our expression. And let's put this literal here and do text, right? Because if you go back in here, our data here has this property, text, right? So when we are iterating over this, we're using map, we're getting a new array, right? You remember that lecture? So when you're using map, you're returning a new array with those items. And we're passing the to-do. And that to-do item has this text property now, and it has this completed property. And of course, it has all this other stuff in there right now because it's dummy text. It will be empty later. Let's go back in here. Now that we have this, if we go back in here, of course, we don't see anything. Let's go back in there. And let me see something here. To do, you see what, oh, sorry about that. All right. So one thing that I forgot to tell you is that we need to use the structuring here. So come back here and we do this. Now, I'll walk you through this in a minute. All right, so you can see now that we have different data here. One thing that I actually jumped over, and I want to show you, usually you'll have a property here, something called props, right? And then what you can do here is that you could destructure. You could use the structuring here, and you could pull that from props. You can pull the to-do and the index, just like that, all right? And now, when you come back here, you'll have the same thing, all right? Super simple. Now, I went a little bit ahead of myself. Now, if I do this, of course, this is not going to work. Let's go back in here. You'll see that that doesn't work. So I went ahead of myself, and I did the structuring here, right? So I use the curly braces, and that is structure whatever we're passing in here, which would be props, that variable, all right? So you can do it like I did now and use the structuring on the props, or you can just do it here and do the structuring and give your variables the name. When you're using the structuring, remember that you're pulling that data and you're assigning variable names to that data, all right? Simple as that, all right? Let's go back in here, and that works just like that. All right, so one thing that I want to do in here, we have, this is a span tag here. Let me see here. So what I want to do, remember that we have if we assign a completed class in here, you can see that it goes line, it has a line through. What I want to do is I want to use an expression here. And I want to say if this here is true, I want to include that class. All right. So let's go back in the to-do item, and I'm going to put an expression inside this class here. All right. So I'll just do something like this. Let me just put everything inside here, just like that. Since we're going to be writing an expression, I need to take everything out, and I'll put this little ticks, this tilde, and I'll do, because we can write strings now, right? So we do to do text, and now I can use variable in here like this, and I can say if this to do completed is true, I want to assign completed in text. If not, and I put a colon here, I want to give it an empty space just like that. Okay? And that's exactly, now it goes back in there because, of course, it's not true. But if I go back into the app.js file and I set one of these to true, watch this, and I go back in here, you can see a line through that specific task. Isn't that awesome? Really nice, right? And because we are using state, this is actually changing right away. You saw that, right? So this is really nice. Anyway, guys, I'm going to leave it at this. Make sure that you digest this information. Make sure that you understand it before you move on into the next lecture, right? So we're using ternary operations here, using React expressions here, right? And well, basically more JavaScript, right? So this is part of the ES6 that I, explained to you in the beginning of the course. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture here, we are going to be breaking up our application just a little more into another component. And this is the way that we develop our applications. Yes, we design our applications, we write it down on paper, or we use a mock-up software. And especially when the application is big. But when it's small like this and you're starting to, improvise and see what other features you can add, breaking down things into components is the best way to actually learn this stuff properly. And not only learn this stuff properly, but actually keep everything very organized and easier to find. All right. So I'm going to create another component here. I'm going to call this to-do app. All right. So I'm going to have the main, we're going to have all this content that we have in app.js into that to-do app component. And then we're just going to have here just the main component, just the app. All right. I'll show you right now exactly what I mean. So let's just create another component here. I want you to get into the habit of creating components for mostly anything you need. All right. Just to keep things organized. So we'll do to-do app.jsx like this. All right. And we'll come down here and we'll say function to-do app. There we go. And of course, we'll return some JSX later. And then we'll export this guy out, default to-do app. Just like that, right? And we'll return whatever we have in here. So we'll grab everything that it has in there, and especially these to-dos here. We grab that, we'll put it in here. Then we'll grab whatever it has inside right here. And we'll put it down there, just like that. Okay? And then in here, we'll, of course, import that to-do app. And we'll place it here. Just like that. Make sure that you close it. And then you shouldn't have any problems. All right, make sure you refresh, or if anything, your server should actually refresh that for you. But all right, let's just verify it, All right, so that's what we're doing here on this lecture. All right, let's see if we can do something else in here. Yeah, this here should be moved. Let's go in here and let's move all this out from this app.js, right? So we only should have here this to-do app and the CSS if we have anything in here, and the React. If we shouldn't even have this in here, really. And maybe even React, we don't even need that in there, but let's just keep it there for now. Let's go back into this to-do. And I think we already have that here. Actually, it's already doing that for us immediately. As a matter of fact, when we did this, it imported everything for us. So that's why everything actually worked, if you notice. So yeah, just make sure that yours is correct, all right? So in here in the app.jsx, just make sure you have your to-do, okay? And import it in here so you can pass it in here. Your app.css, because you are in app.jsx, so it makes sense to have that CSS available for your app. All right. And now, guys, one thing to keep in mind that most of these components sometimes, when in the way that we do them in bigger apps, and you're going to see that later, we always have some type of CSS for each of the components. Right now, we're just going to keep it. We're going to keep all the styles in one component. But we usually have to do app.css, to do form.css, to do item.css, and so on, right? But right now, we're just going to keep everything in here because we have a very simple to-do app, okay? If things get a little bigger later on in another project, you'll see me separating the styles into each to its individual files or components. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So it's time for us to start the functionality where we're gonna add a task into this list here. Now we need to create an event here when we click on this button. Remember that this button is inside a form. So let's go into that to-do form component. And we can see the form right here. That's nice. Now we could attach an event here, like, and the same events that are available in HTML, like on submit, on click, are available in React. Now, we're not going to attach an on click here because we have a form, so we could attach on submit. But notice that we are uppercasing that second word, right? So remember that some of this stuff is already reserved in JavaScript or HTML, and when we are using React, we need to change some of the names a little bit, right? So on submit here, we have some curly braces. We can pass in some type of expression, all right? So what expressions are we going to be using? Well, let's go ahead and create a method here, well, a function, to handle the submission. So let's call this handle submit, just like that. Let's actually make this arrow function, and let's get the event. And as a matter of fact, we need the arrow here, the little, there we go. All right, so we're just gonna console.log the event here just to check out some values here. And we're gonna, of course, pass this in this submit right here. Remember that this is a button type submit, so it's gonna trigger that form, the default functionality of the form. So what we need to do here is we can say prevent the default, just like we do in JavaScript, right? When we want to use Ajax. All right. So let's go ahead and see if we can at least trigger this. All right. So let's go and right click on this and see our log here. So let's make this a little bigger. And when we click here, you can see now that we are, seeing something here. You can see that. So we are triggering something there. It's working, right? But what I want is I want to get the value from this input. When I trigger this, I want to get the value, not just the event. The event has so many different things in here from the virtual DOM in React, right? There are so many other things that are being, not just the JavaScript stuff, but React also adds some of these things in here. As you can see, it says React name submit. So we have the virtual DOM there working for us. But what we want to do here is we want this input here, just like we do in JavaScript, but in React, we want to get the value out from here, all right? So what I'm going to do here is we want to also attach an event here. So when this input changes, I want to get the value out from it, all right? So I want to make sure that whatever value I get from here, I'm keeping track of that. So we need to use state. So that way we can keep track of that and make sure that it works properly. So let's go ahead here and let's create this value property and let's use state. And let's just set this to an empty string. We need to give an initial state, okay? So remember that we gave an initial state in here to this to-dos because we wanted to see some data in here. So we're always giving some type of initial state for our hooks, okay? In this case, we are just using the empty string for the value, right? So in here, okay, we'll set the value property to this here, that value to that that value property to that value, right? Yeah, that's funny, right? And then we'll attach here an on change, and we'll say here, hey, when this changes, I want you to use state, right? We're gonna use that function set value. We're gonna set the value using state, and the value is gonna be the target, right? Whatever. So the target, whatever I click on, whenever I click here, that's going to be the target, and the value of that target is whatever I type in here, okay? And that's what I'm going to grab here, okay? So that, my friends, would be that value, okay? But we don't need to get the value. We need to get the state because we have state in here now. We don't need just the regular JavaScript variable in here, right? So let's go ahead and refresh, or you don't have to refresh. And when click here, you can see the text in there. So, hey, you can see me, because now React is keeping track of that variable. We're using state, and now whatever I type in here is being reflected. All right? Very simple. I'm going to keep this lecture very short. You can replay it, of course, and get it down, guys. Just practice the code, please, so that way you can get this. Because sometimes we're watching the instructors, right? Because I learn myself. I also take classes all the time, right? I go to the documentation, even though I'm not watching videos. Most of the time, what I'm doing is reading the documentations of these libraries and frameworks. So I have to actually study as well, right? But so when I study, I make sure that I practice my code. Even though I understand it when I read it, but I make sure I practice. It's very different when you practice. So practice. I'll see you guys in the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. I hope you guys are having fun. All right, so let's go ahead and keep adding more functionality to this here, because right now we are detecting the form submission here, and we're getting the data out from the input, but we're not really adding any data, right, into the array that we have. So what we need to do is, when we handle the submission here, we need to call, or we need to set in motion another function to submit the data into, or push this data into this to-dos, right? So right here in this to-do app is, I'm going to create another function, right? And let's call this add to-do. As we're gonna, of course, receive some type of text from somewhere. And what we're gonna do here is console.log this text. First of all, let's just make sure that we can trigger this, or, add something from somewhere else, right? So where do you think we need to call this function from? Think about it just a little bit. Where do you think we need to call it from? Where do we have the value? You guys remember? Well, in this form, right? Right. So let's go back to this form here. We have the value right here. That would be a great place to actually call this function from, right? All right. So let's do that. Let's just call that from here. Now, you think if we just use add here, do you think this is going to work? I mean, we need to pass this from somewhere. You see the underline right here. My editor is already complaining. We need to receive it, right? So remember that this is a component. Where is this component located? In here, right? In here. So that is where you need to go and pass this to, from. So just as we are passing this, well, actually we're not. We are passing this here. We haven't passed anything into the to-do form yet, but since, as you can see here, we're passing some of these attributes and values into this component. We're going to do the same thing to this one here. So we are going to be passing a function. So we're going to call this function in the other side the same name, add to do, just like that. And since it's going to be an expression, we put curly braces in here, and we, of course, going to be passing it just like that. And of course, this is, you can see that it says, hey, function return value is unused. Well, don't worry, we'll use it, right? We'll come back here and we'll use it. So let's go into that. Remember that we can use props here to bring data in, but we can use the structure here. So let's just add the structure in just like that. Now, when we go back in, let's just take this off here. It can get a little confusing when you have all these files and then you're really not using it right here. All right. So you don't need to put parentheses here. Sorry about that. All right. So now we need to pass in the value here, just like that. Now this is being triggered. We have the value. And one thing that I want to do here after prevention here, let's just make sure that we don't have no space, right? We do that in JavaScript too. So we can do that in one line here. We can say, hey, if not value trim. And we can do that with this, like this. Actually, we don't need length here. And here, let me show you a little trick here. we can just return just like that. And that will work fine, right? So if we'll just make sure that it's not empty, basically. That's what we're doing here. And we can go ahead and use the function, this function here, to set the value again once we submit this to true. I mean, not to true, to empty. So we are resetting that value. So when we click here, do this, we are making sure that this is empty again. So that value doesn't stay there. All right. So let's go and here, actually, as a matter of fact, I think we have a console.log in the other side so we can see the value here. All right. So let's go here and delete this. Now, right, we can still see that in there. So let's go back here. We don't have a console.log here anywhere. So if I take that off, right, and I try to do that here, you can see that it doesn't work anymore. So that add to do is actually working. You can see that, right? That's nice. So let's go back in here. And now we're going to start adding some code in this to do. And we're going to do that in the next lecture. I'm keeping these lectures very short so that way you guys can digest this information. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. I'll see you in the next following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So now that we are checking here for data and we are receiving it, we are basically submitting this form, triggering a add to do function and getting this data, we are able to add it into the variable we got, right? Into this to-dos. We are receiving it here. Let's add it into there. So how can we do that? How can we add it in here? Let's see. All right. So I'm going to construct this like this. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create another name for it. And I'm going to use a couple different features in here. Well, I'm going to do mostly one here. So we're going to create this new array. We're going to be pushing this new array into our state, into this guy here. Since we have state, we can use set to do's here, this function, to set that new state, the new data that we're going to be putting here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the data that I already have in there, right? In here. So we're going to use spread to do's, and then we're going to add some more, and we're going to add the new data that's coming in, and the new the new object basically, right, that's coming in has a text property that we're getting from here, right? So the value, and then we have another property that's called completed, and by default this completed is going to be false. So false, simple as that. All right. And what we need to do now is we could use the function set to do's now, right here. We use the state and we pass in this guy here. And when we do this, React is going to update our state with our new data that we have here. Do not worry if you don't understand this 100%. As you build more applications, you will. Even if I put a really nice slide in front of you right now, most of you are going to have issues understanding this. But I have good experience, and I know for sure that the more applications you build, the more this is going to make sense. All right. So that's why we started building applications right away in this course. Anyway, so let's go back in here. And if we do this and we do this, we can see that we have a new task. Isn't that awesome? New task. This is really nice, right? Now, if we refresh, of course, that data is going to be gone because we're not persisting this anywhere else. We don't even have this in memory. It's just in the front end. Now, let's go back and we can take this off now. And we can set our state to be in the to-do app, of course, to be just an empty array, right? So there we go. And we can say new task. Enter. That's nice. All right, guys. We are done with this lecture. I'll see you guys on the next one. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So it's time for us to start deleting one of these tasks here. Well, at least one. that we have right now, right? So the way we do this is by adding some type of a handler here. When we click on this button, we go ahead and remove this task from the to-dos array, right? Just giving you a little hints there. And then we do that by using some of these ES6 features. Now we're using an array here. And so it's a little bit different than how we do it in a DB, right? In a database. But do not worry, we'll get to that in the future. So let's go ahead and start playing around with this. So the first things first. In this to-do item here, this to-do app component, right? In this to-do app component, we are displaying a list, right? We have this list here, and we're mapping through all these to-dos that we have available at that particular time. And we are passing in some values here. One thing that I noticed is that we're not passing the index that we're going to need in the other side. One thing that I noticed that we went ahead of time here and we passed it in here, right? So what we need to do is we need to also take in the index in here as a variable in the other side. We'll grab this and we'll do this. Now we'll come here and we can use it. So we can use it in an onClick handler here. And we'll call this remove to do, and we'll get the index now. And now we can use it, right? So we went ahead of time before and we added that, even before we added this feature here, because I was just doing things in my head before. But that's the reason why we had the index there before that we never used. Now we're using it. Now, of course, I have to also bring this in from the other side. So let's just put that here. Now our IDE is not complaining. And we also have to put that here. Just like this and this. But we also have to make sure that we have that available, right? In here. So let's go ahead and create that like this. And let's just have this arrow function. Just like that. Let's put a semicolon here so we don't forget. So now let's recap a little bit on what we are doing, right? So we have this onClick here, right? This onClick is calling this function that's coming in from here, right? We've got to pass it into that component. That function is here, okay? Then we're taking in the index that's coming in here. As we are iterating through this to-dos, we are passing in the index, and that's what we are grabbing here. And when we click this remove, we should have that index available in that function. Now, if this is a little hard to understand, we bring that index here, remember? If this is a little hard to understand, guys, do not worry. All you have to do, that is a sign that you need to practice, right? So that's all there is. It is. And if you practice and you do the code a couple times, if you have to, you will figure it out, right? So this is we only have one item. This should be number 1. And this should be number 2. As you can see, the index is being displayed there. Now, to delete the item, all we have to do is make sure that the index that we pass in here, right? It's not the same index as the one that we have in here, right? So that's all we got to do here. So we have the index there, and we can get the index. Well, not the index that's being passed here and different here. We got to make sure that the index that we are passing in here is not the same as the index we have in here in that particular to-do at that particular time. Okay, so even explaining could be a little confusing sometimes, right? Because sometimes we do this in our heads. So you'll understand it better when I create this feature here. So we'll create a new to-dos from this to-dos that we already have, and we use the filter. Remember, the filter functionality in ES6 brings in it has to pass the item, each individual item has to pass a condition. If it passes that condition, then it goes into this new to-dos array, okay? So we'll get the to-do at that particular time, and then we'll get the index. And we're going to call it I because we're going to have an index here, all right? And we can say, as long as I, right, it's not equal to the index that's coming in, then we're going to return that into this new array. Okay? This I that's coming in when we are clicking remove is not equal to the I that we have already in the list. Okay? Then return it. And then what we do here now is that we use that function, right? This state, this hook, and we sync it. We make sure that it's synced. So that way our React application knows that the item, that new array is here, and we just sync it with what we have. And now we should be able to remove. And you can see that. Really nice stuff, right? Really nice. Just do it a couple times, guys, and you should be good, all right? So a couple steps to do it, and let's recap real quick. We have an on-click here. We are calling a remove function that we're getting from this side here. Right? We're calling that. We're passing that index that we're getting when we are iterating over that list. We're passing that index into that. When we pass that index into that, we are receiving it here, right? And then we are returning a new array with comparing that index that we're passing in with the index that's currently on that to-dos. And then we're syncing everything with the state hook. All right? Perfect. I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So in this lecture here, what we're going to do is we're going to toggle one of these tasks, any of these tasks really, to be complete or not completed. Remember that in our set here, in our array here, where we had the dummy content, we had this dummy data where the completed property was set to false, right? So right now it is set to false by, of course, by default. But when we click it, we want to set it to true. And then if it's false, we want to set it to, if it's true, we want to set it to false. And if it's false, we want to set it to true. So we want to invert those values there when we click on this task, okay? So first things first, let's go to the to-do item. And just like we did here, right? We want to also do here. So I'm going to create this on click here, and we're going to rename this to toggle. Toggle to do, just like that. All right. And of course, this needs to come from here, like this. Let's go back into the item, to the to-do app, and let's just make sure that we are passing in this here. We don't need a comma here. I always forget to do that. And then we'll come back here and do that, right? So we don't have that toggle function. We'll create it right now. Very similar to what we did here, and we're just gonna write it from scratch. We could have just copy and paste, but I don't like copy and pasting too much. All right, so we got this toggle now. So we could do this in different ways here. I'm gonna do this in a long way first, so that way you guys understand it, because I know this can be very confusing. And then I'm gonna do the way that we usually do it once we are experienced. All right, even if you don't understand it, it's okay. You will later on. Don't overwhelm yourself right now. It's okay. All right, let's go ahead and do this the long way first. Let's do new to-dos. Of course, we're gonna use map for this. You thought we were gonna use filter, right? Well, we're gonna use map. And we're gonna say, well, I want a new array here. I wanna grab the to-do, and I wanna grab the index. We're toggling this, so we need to keep track of this. Let's call it I, because we might need index, right? And just like we did with remove. And what I'm going to do here, we're going to say, if I is equal to index, okay, return this object. Let's destructure the to-do, whatever that to-do is at that particular time. Let's add the completed, and let's toggle this. If it's not to-do, completed. Just like that, okay? And then at the end, we'll just return the to-do. So we're basically toggling this here. And if you don't any JavaScript, you know what I'm actually doing here, right? very similar to what we do in JavaScript. This is just the long way, okay? And then we'll come here and we'll say to set to-dos to that new array that we got here. Just like that, right? So if, when we're passing this in here, like we did here, right? We're saying if the I is equal to that index that's being passed in, then, and that means when we click it, if it's the same one, then whatever we'll pass in that to do, we'll return that to do, right? But this time we're gonna return it with not completed, okay? And then if in another time, if it's already completed, of course it's not, it's just gonna return the to do, right? It's just basically going to invert this value. This is the feature that we're doing here. So let's go ahead and do this here. And when we click it, you can see now that we are triggering this effect here. And now remember, that's happening because we have this ternary operation here. Remember that we did this way in the beginning, right? And we did this when we were creating the to-do item component. Why did we do this early? I didn't want to forget. And that's one of the reasons. And because I was already doing the to-do item, I figured it was time for us to do it. But as you can see here, we're toggling that property. And I explained this when we were doing it, actually, right? So we're saying, hey, listen, if the property is true, put completed. If it's not, just put false, right? And since we're using state, we're keeping track of this, okay? When we click it, when we toggle it here, since we're keeping state, we can see the reaction of that right away. We can see that effect right away when we're toggling this. So really cool stuff here. Now, that is the long way of doing things. Let's go ahead and do the short way, which is gonna be a little confusing, but it's okay. Like I said, you will understand this in the future. All right. So I'm going to comment this out so we can reference it and you can see the differences. Let me, yeah, that's going to be a problem toggling this. Well, you guys already seen this before, right? I don't like to have a lot of mess in my code. So you guys, you can pause the video, you can copy and make sure that you have it down, right? All right. So I can delete this because I already know what to do in here, right? And it doesn't affect me. So what I'm going to do is, of course, I'm going to, this is to do, let's just come back here. And we don't even need the map here, to be honest with you. Let's just bring this up here. Let me see if I can, let me just keep this whole thing here, just like this. And this whole thing, actually. I should actually comment out the full function, but let's just comment that up. It shouldn't be a problem. It's just my IDE is highlighting this, all right? So the new way is this. We have this new to-dos, just like we did before. And what we're going to do is we're going to destructure everything here. We're going to destructure our to-dos, okay? All right, so now that we have the new to-dos, what we need to do is invert the values. And we do this here by accessing this index, this object's property. And we do that by grabbing the index and doing something like we do in JavaScript. All right, so if you know JavaScript, you know what I'm actually doing here. At that particular time, when we're toggling it, we are grabbing that to do. All right, that's equal to that item, right? To that item in that array. It could be 0, it could be 1, whatever that is at that particular time when we're toggling. And we're just gonna invert the values here. So we're just gonna return back. If it's true, we're going to return false. If it's false, we're going to return true. That's what we're doing here, all right? And then we use this guy to make sure everything is in sync, just like that, okay? And that's basically going to do the same thing. Let's go and check this out. All right, you can see we're doing the same thing. Perfect, right? Long way of doing things and the short way. right? Like I said, the more you practice, the more you will understand it. But this is something that we do already in JavaScript. So if you have a little bit of JavaScript knowledge or some JavaScript knowledge, you should be able to do this and understand it. If not, you need to practice your JavaScript a little more. Anyway, guys, thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. Since this is a progressive course, a course that we keep learning more and more advanced things as we keep going, we're going to be learning some more advanced topics in React here on this section than what we did on the last section. Let me show you. So in the last section, we learned how to create a to-do list application where we can add tasks. And that was great. Now, and we were able to remove it as well. We were able to complete it as well. Now, if we hit refresh here, you notice that the task doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't save it anywhere. So we don't have that task. Now, in this new section, we're going to be learning about states. We're going to be learning about local storage, how to save our notes, how to save our information, whatever we are playing around with, how to save it in a place where we can actually reference it. Again, for example, here, if I put note 1 or note 2, and I press and I do refresh on this browser, you can see that we can still keep our data here. So we're going to be learning about this stuff here as well. So we're going to be learning about state, we're going to be learning about local storage, and we're going to be learning how to style this using Tailwind CSS. As you can see, it looks really nice, right? So we're going to be learning quite a bit here. It looks simple, but like the last section, that it looked very simple, right? You found out that it wasn't that simple. You know, we had quite a bit to do in there, especially for beginners, right? So we are progressing. We are learning more advanced things as we keep going in the course. So I hope you guys enjoy it. I'll see you in the next lecture. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So let's go ahead and start creating this application. I'm going to start using my terminal here. I'm going to put CD in here, and I'm going to drop that folder in there to go into where I'm keeping my React projects. Now, I was thinking about how can I show you some different things here, and I came up with a solution. I'm going to show you how we can create a project in a different way. Now, you already have seen me using npx and have seen me using Vite package. We are going to be using the Vite package, or Vite, as some people call it, but we are going to create it with a template, with a React template that they offer us. So that way we can actually take advantage of some of the things that are there, right? It's just going to be easier for us in the long term. So let me show you how we can do this. So the first thing is we're going to be using npm instead of npx, and we're going to say create. And then here we're going to download Vite, and we're going to say latest. That's the latest version. Then we pass in the name of whatever app, whatever name we want to give to our app right here, right? So now I'm going to pass -- and this is just saying, hey, listen, npm, the next command here that I'm going to pass in here, the next argument that I would pass in here, right, is going to be related to the package instead of you. That's what this dash is. So now when I do -- template, just like that, and then I put React, I'm saying use this command for your package. So Vite, so we're using template React that's coming from Vite, from the Vite script, all right? So now when I do enter here, when I press enter, this is going to create that project. Now let's go inside the Notes app here. So cd Notes app, and then we're going to run npm install from here. Simple as that. Now I'm going to go ahead and open up my project inside this folder. So I'm going to go ahead and use my editor. So I already have it open in my editor. So I'm going to go back in here. So I paused the video and went and used my editor to open it up, just to let you know. So I'm going to open my terminal here again, and I'm inside my project already. And I'm going to do npm run dev for development, right? So this is going to open my project in localhost. So I'm going to click here, and you can see now that our project is actually running. So this is pretty cool, right? So now if I click here, you can see that that's working right out of the box. All right, so now we have set up our project. We are ready to start. I'll see you guys in the next following lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So we have installed Vite here. We have created our React application so far. We have set up, we have done the first steps. Now we need to start installing some other things that we need, right? So I told you I was going to introduce you to local storage using a persistent data basically with React. And I'm also going to show you how to use Tailwind CSS with React, which is going to be awesome. It's going to improve your skills a lot. Creating projects. Anyway, so I want to install a couple more things. So I'm going to do Control-C here to turn off my server. You can see if I refresh here, there's nothing there. So we need to install Tailwind CSS so we can style our application. So we can use this CSS framework. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do npm install. And let's go here and do -D, uppercase D, which stands for development, Tailwind CSS. And then I want to install Post CSS and Auto Prefixer. This is so it works with React. This is in the documentation, by the way. So, all right. Now we press enter. It's going to download those packages, installed it. And now we need to set up the Tailwind CSS configuration file. So we'll do npx and Tailwind CSS init-p. That's going to give us that configuration file right here, Tailwind configuration file. So now you have this index here, which is going to be the main entry point in HTML for our application, right? So we can see it in the browser. So what we need to do is we need to tell Tailwind about this and some other files. So in the content, in the tailwind.config.js in here, what I want to do, I'm going to put some quotes here. I'm going to pass this value in this array. And it's going to say, hey, in this root directory, in this directory where the tailwind.config file is, the configuration file is, I want you to find the index.html and include it, right? I'm also want you to find the source folder, anything inside the source folder that has this extension. So we're going to do asterisk and curly braces. And we're going to say JS and no spaces, JSX, all right? So make sure you put no spaces here because that's going to give you a problem if you put spaces in there. All right. So once we have that, what we need to do is we need to go to source and we need to find the CSS, the main CSS. So in this Vite package template that we used, we have this file, which is going to be the main file. In some of the applications is index.js or index.jsx, but here using Vite, we have this main.js, which is going to be the main entry point for our JavaScript packages, right? So what I'm going to do here, I'm not going to do anything here. I'm going to go to index.css. I'm going to take everything out from here. So I'm going to do Command A or Control A, and then I'm going to include the directives, the Tailwind directives. We need to include this so that way Tailwind works. All right. So now I'm going to go to app, and in here in my JSX, I'm going to take everything out. And remember that we need a parent here to return JSX. So we need a parent container. So instead of having a div here like this, like we have in the past, I'm just going to include this tags here like this. Just like that. It works the same. It's going to be the requirement. It's going to meet the requirements, and at the same time, this is not going to show in the DOM, all right? So we're not going to see this. If we go here and we right-click, we're not going to see divs or anything like that. It's going to be invisible. So this is the best way to do this. So anyway, what I want to do is I want to return a header tag just to get some data here and test out if Tailwind CSS is actually working, all right? So we're going to say node app, and in here, I'm going to put some classes. So let's just put app header, and then I'm going to do BG, let me see, what color, blue, 500. So we can see that the blue values here, we have many blue values up to 950, all right? So these are different shades of blue. As you can see, the lower the number, the lighter it gets, and the higher the number, the darker it gets, all right? Just to give you an idea how this CSS framework works. So we're just going to do 500 here. And we're going to do text white, just like that. All right. So now let's go into this here. Make sure your application is off, clear, and then we're going to do npm run dev to run our server. Let's go back in here. Let's refresh. And you can see now that we have some styles right here. So it's working. We got it working. Really cool, right? Keep in mind here, for those of you that are using Windows, you should have a built-in, terminal. When you're using Visual Studio or any other editor that you're using, you're also welcome to use Git Bash, which I recommend to Windows users most of the time. Git Bash, this tool, very similar to what we have in Mac, and very similar to what we have in Windows. I mean, in Ubuntu. All right. So you can download it for Windows, Linux, or even Mac OS. And you can also include those in your Visual Studio terminal here. It should have a setting somewhere where you can actually, instead of display using the command prompt for Windows, the regular shell that Windows has over, you can use the bash. All right, you can use Git Bash in there. Anyway, guys, just that's so extra information. You actually don't need to do that. You can look it up if you want to do it. Anyway, or ask me in the class. I might give you some extra information. Anyway, guys, we are done. We were able to set up this here, Tailwind CSS, to work properly, and we're going to start creating some of these components and styling them in the next following lectures, guys. I see you guys then. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So this is what we got so far, right? We know that Tailwind CSS is actually working, so that's good. Now, what I want to do here, really, is that I want to build everything in the app.jsx file, in the app file, right here. And then we're going to break it down into components, as we have done in the past. All right, so let me just clean this up a little bit here. If you haven't done this, go ahead and do that. I'm just taking the logo off, React logo. Some of these things that we're not going to use here, we might not use React state in here either. So I'm just going to clean this up a little bit, and our application still works, right? So we have the header here. The next thing that we want is we want some type of form so that way we can submit our notes. Let me see something here real quick. This is supposed to actually go on top and flush to the top. So let me just make sure that we don't have no other styles here. Let's go into the index here. Let's put that up. Let me go to the main, and let's go back in the app.css, and I can see that we do have some styles here. Let's go back into the app, and I'm gonna take this app header out. Let me see this. All right, so let me just clean this up a little bit. This app.css, yeah, that's not working for us. Let me just take all that off, and now it's flushed to the top. Yeah, that's what I want. All right, let's go back into, let me take this off. We don't need this one. We don't need this one either, and we don't need this one either. All right, let's focus on this here. So we got the header. What I want here is a form. Let me just create this form. We don't need an action here yet. Well, not yet. We don't need it with this here. And I'm going to do a class name here, and we're going to just do some margin bottom to be 4. All right. Then make sure we got this here. I'm thinking way ahead of time here, as always. I'm going to do a text area here. I can do an input, but text areas are a little bit more manageable since you can size them too with, dragging them. So class name. So text area, just like this. And let me see how this looks here. Well, we don't have anything yet there, but let me just come back here like this, and let me see if I can make this look a little better. So let's go ahead and create a class name here. And let's just make sure that this spans all the way across. And we do this with full. And let me see why this is not actually showing. let me put text area here, something. Let me see if my terminal here is actually working. Let me just npm run again. So I closed it and I opened that right bucket back up again. And that's what we got. All right, so we got this text area, doesn't have anything there. Let me see if I spelled it right, correct. So we got text area. All right, yeah, I'm spelling it correctly. For some reason I'm not getting, let me just put some stuff in here. So padding 2, let me put a border and let's make it rounded. And yeah, that looks a little better. Let me just minimize this a little bit. Yeah, we need to do a couple more styles here. Let me go back here. What I'm going to do is, I'm improvising here, by the way, guys. I built the application before, but I don't like to look at the application when I'm building it. So what I'm going to do, instead of adding this here, I'm going to add a div here, but I'm going to add some classes here just to make sure that we have some stuff here that works with what we got. Let's make the background to be gray, and let's make it 100. The gray is 100 right there. Perfect. And let's also put this inside. This header is fine the way the header is right here. We don't need to worry about that. But what I want to do is I want to create another section here called main tag here. And this is, of course, part of the HTML, right? And let's make everything padding 4. Let me just do this one here. That should be okay. And that will do that. So that's pretty cool. So we're gonna have to probably take some of the apps.css that we had here. We're gonna have to put something in the whole app right here. So let me see. How can I? Let me just give some of these root element that I got here. Some match width here. And I'm just thinking here, maybe 1280 is fine. That's the resolution I'm using. And let me do some margin here, center everything. And let's do some padding. Let me just actually do 2 rams in here. So that way we have some space all around it. And let's text align everything to the center. Let's see how that looks now. All right, that doesn't look right. It doesn't look the best here. Let me see, match width 1280, 2 rams, center. All right, let me go back in here. Let me see what I did wrong here. And minimum height screen, and then BG gray. And then the header, it's fine here. And let's just put this form where it needs to go, because I forgot to do that. And let's just see how that looks. That looks a little better. Well, we have a lot of space around it. So let me just inspect this real quick and see what this is actually. So this is the space. Yeah, that's not going to work for us in this app.css. The root padding is too big. Matter of fact, let's do 1. Still too much. Let me just take this off. Hold on. Yeah, that looks a little better here without padding. What do you guys think? Yeah, that's looking better. We'll make some adjustments later, but that's the way that I'm going to have it for now. And let's just call this Notes app here. I think that makes a lot more sense. Let me just put some classes here real quick. Let me see if I can just make the text just a little bit bigger. There's many different sizes. Let's just make the font bold. And let's see. That looks better. Let me see what else I can put here. Let me put some padding here on the header. And let's make padding 4. Yeah, that is looking better already. All right, that's looking way better, guys. Anyway, let's take it to the next lecture, guys. Take care. All right, welcome back, my amazing students. So in the last lecture, we were a little scattered around trying to figure out how this was going to look. Since I didn't have the other application in this computer, I had to make some adjustments. But anyway, we did it, and this is what we got so far. Let's go ahead and work on this form a little bit. So I have the form right here, and what I want to do here, let me see if I can this margin bottom 4, we have the text area. We have something here in the text area. Let me just click on that. And let's go ahead right here, right after the text area. Let's create a button. And right here. And we're going to have a background of BG blue. Let's just go ahead and create that. And this is going to be the button that we are going to be using to add note, just like that. Let's come back here. We can see the button there. So let's go ahead and make sure that this button looks nice. So let's go ahead and bring this down like this. And let's go ahead and create all those classes in here. So we want the text to be white, padding in the vertical to be 2. And then, as a matter of fact, I also want padding on the edges 4. So that's going to make this button look a little nicer. All right. And then we are going to make this button rounded like this. And then we want the margin top 2. And that is looking really nice, right? All right, perfect. So what else we need with this form here? Well, this button here is right in the middle. It could be pushed to the left if we wanted to, all right? So let's go. We're not going to push this to the left now. What I want to do is I want to finish writing the note, all right? So here below the main, right here below the form, I want another div. And this one is going to be where we actually write the note. As a matter of fact, let me go back to the top here. This is the main for the minimum height screen, BG gray. Okay, that's a different. All right, so what I want to do here is I want to add the notes. So we have this main div here, and I want to add the node list here. So I want note list here. Okay, so yeah. Let's create that. So let's create a div here with a class of grid, and then let's give it another of grid columns calls, and then we'll give it a calls 1. So we want 1 column, and then we want gap here to be 4. So have a gap to be 4. All right, and then in here we'll have a note. Now let's see how that. Actually, that's not gonna look like nothing because we don't even have anything there. Let's go back in here and create a note. So I'm doing HTML structure basically, guys. So here we'll have a BG yellow to be really light, 100. Then we'll put another dot to include another class, B4 for padding. We want rounded. So we divide each of these classes with using a dot. So that's gonna add multiple classes. And then we'll do shadow. I think that should look good. And then here we'll have a paragraph with, the note text. So here we can say learn React. Okay. And then we'll have some type of button here. And let's go ahead and say this button is going to be text red. And the text red is going to be 500 with a margin top to be, I believe, like around 2. Should be fine. If anything, we'll fix it later. We're just writing some stuff here to have. Let's see. All right, so that's the note. Let's make this a little smaller here. So when we add a note, boom, that's gonna add it down below here. Right? We might move it to the left side here later. Don't know yet. We have this here. This should be, let me see if this is the one that's aligning everything to the center. Yeah. So this is the one that was actually doing all this stuff. So that's fine. Let's leave it the way this is right now. And I think that's it for now, to be honest with you. We can work on the functionality now. Let me organize this a little bit. I'm trying to, guys, when I'm actually teaching you this stuff right now, I'm picturing everything in my head because, like I said, I don't have that in this computer here. I'm actually traveling right now. And the file where the styles were, I don't have it, so sorry about that. But we will get through this. I mean, this is nothing It might be a little bit different to what I show you in the introduction, but yeah, it should be very close. The important thing is that we are learning these technologies. We're going to learn the API to persist data into this application in the browser. And then we are learning Tailwind CSS, which is really great. From now on, we're going to be going a little faster once we finish this section here, because I want to show you some more really cool things that you can do with React. I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So it's time for us to start breaking down our application into smaller components so that it can be a little bit more manageable, all right? So the first thing that I want to do is I want to break down our application here. I want to take the header out of here, and I want to make it a component. So we are going to create a folder here called components like we've done in the past, and we'll create a file here called header, just like that. JSX, of course, right? And then we'll just take this off. And let's go ahead and do this abbreviation here so we can create a, let me see, a React component here. This is a React functional component which displays a return. This one should be sufficient for me. Let me see. All right, that's fine. I can live with this one here, to be honest with you. As a matter of fact, I can live with the other one, which is the function component. So this one here, but it's not. This is React function. This is the one that wasn't coming through. This is the one that I'm going to be using. So I'm going to just put that one in there. All right, so let me see what's going on here. I have props. There we go. Let's take that off. All right, so we are exporting this, and let's go ahead and import it here. So let's do header. That's it. Make sure you import it on top, right? So we shouldn't see any difference here. Perfect. So let's go ahead and also take out the form. Okay, just take the form out of here. And basically what we're going to have is a note form component and a note list. So this should be the note list in there. But let's go ahead and create this note form component. So note form.jsx. And let's go ahead and do this. I don't know why this one is not coming out. There we go. Yeah, that's what it is. It's not coming out. There we go. But I'm just going to leave this one here the way this one is. You might be thinking, why do you want the other one? Well, you want the function. I have my reasons. So let's go and, yeah, let's import this one in here. So we'll say note form. So let's just, there we go. Perfect. Come back here. We should see the same thing. Perfect. Now let's also get this one, which is going to be the note list. So let's go to here, create note list, JSX. And this is, I got to fix this, by the way. Yeah, let's just do this one. Perfect. Now let's import this. There we go. So make sure that you import this on the top, the note list. Right here, right? So you got the header, we got the note form, and we got the note list imported. And when we go in here, everything is actually working the way it's supposed to work. All right, perfect. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So you guys ready? All right, let's do this. So this is what we got so far, right? We don't have any functionality. I want to start displaying some dummy data here, so that way when we click add now, add note, we're able to see something happening, right? But first things first, I want to see some dummy data like we had before. So I want to set up some notes, and then I want to be able to add some notes later on and delete them, of course. So instead of using the create, first, we're going to be displaying data first. So when I say that, when we use the create, I mean using the create part of the CRUD. That's what I mean. But anyway, so we're going to start with displaying data. The reason is because it's going to be easier, and adding a note is just going to be a little harder. So let's start with the easiest first. So in the app.js here, we have our application here, and I want to start creating this variable, or should I say array, right, of notes. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is what we're going to have for now here, okay? So we have notes. Now it's saying here it's assign a value but never used. Yeah, we're going to use it now in a minute. Let's just set some dummy data here. So ID, we're going to have an ID of 1, and then we're going to have some text. And the text is going to be, yay, learn React from Edwin Diaz. Right? That's 1. Let's just make another one here. Let me just make sure we put a comma, right? Okay. Boom. And 2, and learn, let's say, for example, Python. It's a nice language to learn, right? And let's go back here. And what I want to do is I want to pass this in through here. Simple as that. Okay. And I want to grab this in the node list here, and I want to loop through it. So let's make sure the structure here, the nodes, and let's make sure that we map through this here somehow. Let me see. So this is the grid, and this is our little note. So we're going to put this expression, this mapping expression up here. Okay. And let me see. Let's go ahead and do this. So notes, let's do this expression, notes, map, and then we'll do this. But we don't want indexes right now. Let's just focus on the note. Let's just keep the index there. And grab this whole thing and paste it in here. Okay. Perfect. Let me do something here. We don't need to do this, but it will still work without it, but I like to have one parent component here, right? So let's see what, yeah, let's see how this looks. Yeah, that doesn't look very nice. Let me see the error that we got here. There's a couple things that I'm missing, but that I want to make sure that we fixed. So first ref is React, so we don't have state working. So let's go back into app.js. Let's make sure we have state here. So that's one thing that's actually not working properly. So let's import this and let's have React work, right? So we are using state and we have some dummy data. We also need to set states, right? But we'll do that later. Let's see what we got so far. All right, perfect. So we are displaying some of this dummy data here that we want. That's it for this lecture, guys. I'll see you on the next one. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So now that we are displaying this data here, what I was thinking is we should break down the nodes right here inside the node list. We should break it down into its own component. That way we can manage this a little bit more properly. So we have all this data here that we can take into another component. So let's go ahead and just put a component here. I'm just going to put notes in here like this, just a little note. And let's go ahead and take this and to the components folder and create another component called note. .js, right? And in here, I'm gonna do RSC, and then we're just gonna place that in there, all right? Perfect. So we could actually have this to look like this. That's perfect. Let's come back here. All right, we can do this. We don't need this right here. And now we can go back to node list. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna import it here. So I'm gonna import node. There we go. Not that. Actually, one of the reasons why this is not working, well, it should work. Let's go here and try to get some help from our. All right, so let's just get this from notes. There we go. So that should work, right? Perfect. All right, that's what I wanted to do. All right, let me go back in here and one thing that I wanted to do here is to display the text right here coming in. So let's go and the structure the text that's coming in, or the note, should I say, right here. So note, let me come back into the list here. We're not passing in the note here yet. Let's just pass it in here, just like that. We pass it in along with the index. And let's go and, yeah, let's go and take that in here. And what we can do here now is we can display note that text. Just like that. All right. Make sure that we're passing this in from here. All right. Let's go back here and let's see what we got. All right. So learn React from Edwin Diaz, learn Python from Edwin Diaz. So we are displaying some of this dynamic data that we got in this app.js right here. Perfect. All right. Just double checking on things, guys. And then we're passing in the index here. We keep track of that. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Perfect. We're getting this EN, so let's just suppress this warning here. Perfect. Let me go here and suppress this one as well. Let me use. All right. Perfect. This is working really nicely. All right, guys, let's go into the next lecture and let's take it up a notch. I'll see you guys then. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So now that we have our functionalities here, basically on displaying nodes, we got to make a decision. Either we delete a node, we start with the functionality of deleting, which is easier, or we start with the functionality of adding a node, right? So which one do you think we should start with? I like to start with adding a node, even though it's a little harder to do, but adding a node here so that way we can delete it, it just makes sense to me. All right, so let's go into the node form here, and this is how we're gonna do it. So on the node form, we need to detect the submission, right? And we need to get some type of form function here, some type of function here that we could use in order for us to trigger this event in the other side, right? Well, I could do everything here if I really wanted to, but the way that we use components in React is meant to be used the way that we have been using it, right? Handling the submission here and preventing the default data, and there inside that handle submission function, we also have another function that will add the data, all right? So let's go ahead and do it the same way we have been doing it. So let's go and create this function first of all. So we'll say const, and we're gonna do handle submit, just like that. And let's prevent the default. And let's go ahead and let's console here. Console log the event, just to have something. Let's go ahead and here and on submit, we'll send in that submission there. Let's just see if that works. Console, and then we'll just click it, and you can see the whole event here, the whole synthetic base event on React. Nice. All right, so once we have that, let's make sure, let me see here. So we need to take in the value. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna grab the text area here. I'm gonna bring this down, and then here I'm gonna add a couple different things. First of all, we don't even have a placeholder here to tell the user, enter a note or something, right? So that would be useful. Let's put it right here. You can see it. All right. Another thing here we don't have is the value, the text that should be coming in from the use state that we don't have yet. So let's go ahead and bring this in from React. So const, and we'll set the text here just like that. So make sure that you have React on top, and then we're just using React.use state here instead of doing this, right? Use state. What's the difference? There's no difference here. If you have multiple hooks, then I would suggest using this, but we only have one. So let's just use it like this. Or if you were bringing other things from there, I would suggest using the curly braces if you were using more things from React. But anyway, so we have that. And we'll bring in the text. We'll put it right here so we can manage this with state. That makes a lot more sense, right? All right. And then here, I'm going to do on change. I want to grab the value. So on change here, we use the function here to access that. We use this state to access that value so we can sync it, right? So if we, it's always keeping track of this in a way, right? With state. Perfect. So now we can actually display the text that here instead of anything else. But let's do one last check here. And we can say if text trim, if the text is available, we'll trim it. Then let's go ahead and console log text. All right. Perfect. We'll double checking on that, just making sure things are working properly, checking, and then we'll add a note, and that works. Whatever we type in here works. See that? Awesome. All right, so this is becoming a lot simpler the more we do it, right, guys? So this is the whole purpose of me creating different applications in this course. That way you guys can learn, different ways of doing the same things and also different ways of doing different things, right? So we're getting more knowledge. We're getting better at React. We're going to be mastering this very soon. And that way we can create some really awesome projects. Anyway, guys, I'll see you on the next lecture. Take care. All right, welcome back. All right, so let's look at what we have from the last lecture here. So we are handling the submission here, and we're just logging in the text here. Now, what I want to do is actually I want to create a function in the other side in here, so that way we could add the node, right? So let's go ahead and do that. First of all, let's go in here. We have this dummy data here, and we're going to add this function here. So we're going to say const add, well, let's do this add node, and we're going to add the node, right? So we could use this arrow functions here like this, and we can say, or we could use it this way. Whatever makes a little bit more sense to you, right? So by this time, you should know exactly how to do this. But anyway, let's go ahead, and I want to create a new node. I want to make sure that this node here has an ID of some sort. So since we're not getting anything from the database, or we're not really having anything to do with any persistence of data right now, and even so, we'll just Even if we do have, it would be nice to have the ID as maybe the date, just like that. All right, so that way we can get that done. Now we could do this. Let's go here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put text in here. And we could put this here like this, right? But since we already have the same name for both of this, what we can do is we can do a shorthand and we can do this, right? So that's pretty nice. Let's go, and we got this ESLint stuff here. But anyway, let's go down here and let's pass in the note so that way we can make this happen here. So let's go in the note form and pass in the function, not the note. So let me see what name I gave it. Add note. And this is, let me see if this is the same name that I have on the other side. Actually, I haven't really described anything here yet. So what we can name this is, let's just change the name of this actually to say something like, nah, that's fine. Adding note, right? So here, what I could do on add note, we add the note, right? So I wanted to change this a little bit right here, just like that. And then we add the note. Perfect. One thing here that I'm forgetting is we need to use the function from state here, set notes, all right? So that way, when we add a note, I'll put it right here. So when we add a note, we can sync this into our array that we already have, right? So we'll say set notes, and we'll have, what we can do here, we can pass this array, and we'll have the, let me see if we can do it like this. Yeah, that's fine. We can do it like that. Or what I like to do is pass a new note first, and then use a spread operator here to add the rest, right? So we are adding that new note to the notes that we already have there, wherever that is. So that's looks good here, right? So let's go to the other side, and let's go and take that in. Note form, and we've got to destructure this here. So let me, actually note list, sorry. We have notes already, and let me see. Sorry, I was right. It was right here that we need to take this in. I was right. So on add, we are going to be adding the text here, just like that. And we're going to set the text. We're going to use this function in state here to set it to empty when we add it. So I think we should be good now. Yeah, let's go ahead and try this out. So new note, and there you go. You can see it right here. Super, super, super cool. So let's keep adding stuff, and you can see that that works pretty nicely. All right. So yeah, we had a couple different hiccups here, but because I am building another application, and when you're building multiple applications, you know, of course and you use some of the same text or same material, yeah, you're gonna get confused a little bit. All right, I'm not perfect. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So now that we are able to add a note here, if I refresh, they're all gone, of course. Now we can remove the dummy data, and then we can add the functionality of deleting the notes, right? So let's go to the app.js assets, app.js sets, or the app file. Jeez. And let's just remove that. Oops. Yeah, we don't want to remove the whole thing. And we should just have this empty array now. All right, perfect. Yeah, that looks good. All right, so let's go into the note list here, and I want to add a functionality where I can delete this. Now we'll have the function right here, so we'll have this function here called delete note. We'll pass in the ID and we'll delete the note. Let's just console log ID, right? And we'll pass that into this guy here. Well, into this one, right? Let me see what name we gave it. So we're gonna say, let me just put it right here, on delete. We'll pass this one in. Perfect. All right, so let's go to the note list here and let's take that in here. So on delete, we'll pass that in, and then we're gonna have to pass it into this one as well, to this component, right? Because we need to access that on this component here. And we'll, of course, get that in here as well. And let's go and add that into to this note right here somewhere. So on the button, let's go ahead and create this on click. So on click, we execute the on delete and we pass in the note ID, whatever that ID is on that specific time, right? Note, we can pass in, yeah, we should be good. Now let's go back into the app, and on the app, and sorry if I'm going a little bit faster, guys, is that because you guys are supposed to know this stuff already, but it's okay. So basically, let's recap a little bit because I noticed I'm going a little faster. So on the note list here, well, so we create the delete notes on the app.js file, on the app file, right? We can create this function. We pass it into the note list. Inside the note list, we take it in, right, with the structuring, and then we pass it into the note, all right? Inside the note, then we also take it in just like we did with note list, and then we add it to this event handler here on click, okay? Simple as that. Now, this here should give us something in the console because that's what we have. We're logging in at the ID, right? So if I do this, you can see the ID, or that this time is just gonna be the timestamp date of the date. So you're gonna see this one is different than that one, all right? So now we are able to delete. Let's go back into the app.js. And in here, all we have to do is to delete is we got to use, let me see if I already have this set notes in state. Yeah, I have that. So I'm going to grab that and I'm going to put it right here. So do you remember exactly what we do here? What is it that we have to do? Think about that for a minute. What functionality do we use here to delete a note? What's the most common thing that we do, especially when we are dealing with arrays? Filter, right? All right. So let's go grab the notes and we'll use filter here so filter has to pass a condition. And we're going to say if the note ID that's coming in is not the same as the ID, well, it's not the same as the ID we have here, right? In that specific time, in that state, then I don't want it. So give me the ones that are not there, right? When we click on this button. So the ones that don't look alike, the ones that are not the same, basically. And we get that new array back, or, you know, we return that back into this functionality, and we get that into that state, just like we did before. So now this should be able to delete this here and click it, delete it. You see that? So basically what I'm doing is when I click here, the ID that I'm passing in through this node and our components here, the one that the one that I got here that's passing in when I click it, right? And the ones that I have already in that state are not the same. And we're getting that back. Simple as that. Because if I delete one, we still have the other ones here, right? Until we're done with all of them. Perfect. So now we are able to delete, guys. Very simple. I'll see you guys in the next lecture. Welcome back, my amazing student. I hope you guys are really excited. What we're learning here, it's super cool, and it's just going to give you a bunch of skills that are going to really help you in the future. All right. So now we are doing everything we want really in this application. One thing that I'm going to show you here is how we can leave this data in the browser, how we can persist it. So the browser has this thing called local storage, for those of you that don't know. So if you go to application here and you click, this is in Chrome, by the way, all right? Always use Chrome, best browser. Once you go here, you can see that it says storage. We have sessions. So there is a couple storage systems put in place already, built into the browser. And one of these is local storage. Of course, Chrome developers gave us an API that we can use to access this and put data in here. Simple as that, right? So right now, we'll delete whatever data I have there because I was testing some things out. And then we'll come here and, store data. We'll store the key and we'll store the value. Now, here's the catch with this. You can only store strings in here. All right, so we need to convert our JavaScript stuff into strings so that way we can store it there, right? And I'm going to also use another hook called, let me just bring this in. So this is going to be called use effect. Now this, if you come from a background of Vue.js or another framework, this is very simple, very similar, or even the older React. It's very similar to lifecycle hooks. So a lifecycle hook is a functionality that is attached to the rendering of the component. So every time, of course, we know how that state works in React, right? So every time we do something to the state and we're using it, the component, that specific component, gets rendered or re-rendered. Or every time we land a page, or every time somebody visits our components one way or the other, that component gets rendered. On that rendering, we can actually attach ourselves a functionality. And we are going to be using use effect here to attach a functionality to that rendering of that specific component or that specific variable, the syncing of that variable with state. So that's what we're going to do here. And basically, we're going to be using this function here, use effect. We're going to pass a function or a callback, but we can use arrow functions here. And we'll say, well, when the rendering happens of notes, and we can do that by passing a second argument here, or second parameter, as you want to say, but it's actually an argument because, of course, we're using the function already. Usually it's an empty array here. If you just want to console log anything here, right? Right. So let's just put hello here. Let's see what happens, right? So we'll inspect it and come back here. You can see that it says hello already twice, right? So if we add something to it, you can see that doesn't do anything. What I want to do actually is I want to say, well, when nodes actually do something, when we change the state in nodes, let's say we add a node, we delete a node, anything that happens to it, I want to keep track of that, right? So I'm adding something here, it's not happening. But when I'm rendering that component, you can see 2 hellos already, right? So yeah, what I want to do is I want to say, well, when nodes actually changes or something happens to the state of note, I want to trigger something, right? Come back here, and every time we do this, we can see that we are adding 1 hello every time there, right? All right, one thing here to keep in mind. So this is really good stuff here. We can see that we are forgetting the key, right? It says each child in a list should have a unique key, right? So that's from note list. And we do have a key here. Let me go back in here. Let's not pay attention to that. Our stuff is actually working 100%. We'll check this in a little bit in a later, a unique key in a later lecture, right, guys? Because right now we should be good. But anyway, so let's go ahead, and what I want to do in app.js here is, or JSX in the app file, I want to access the local storage. And we have this API called local storage. Well, there are so many different things that we can pass in here that we can use from local storage. But usually, the first one to set something in there, to put a value, is set item. So this method here. So we have local storage, and then we have this set item method that we can use. And what we're doing here is we're setting a key, and then we have to stringify it. Why do we have to stringify it? Because this, like I said before, the storage in the browser only saves strings, right? So if we go back in here, we can see that we have notes with a string of our note. Simple as that, okay? And now what we need to do is we need to grab it. So when we want to, right now, if we refresh here, there is nothing here. So what we need to do is we already know that we have it in local storage. We need to pull it from local storage and place it here every time these components get re-rendered. All right? So we're going to do that in the next lecture, guys. Take care. I'll see you then. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. I hope you guys are ready for this. So right now, what we need to do is we got nodes in the local storage of the browser. We need to bring it out from there and display here, or every time the components get rendered. So right now, this is the functionality we're using to put that in there. Of course, most of the time when you have a big application, what you want is be pulling stuff from the database, right? So right now, we're not dealing with databases or anything like that. We're just doing very simple things in the browser. So let's go in here, and what I'm going to do, instead of passing a initial state, which is completely empty here, I want to, you can pass in a callback here. So if you look at this method here, now you can see that we can dispatch, we can put a callback in there. Now I can do function in here like this, or I can do arrow function. That's exactly what I'm going to choose, arrow function, and like this. Boom. So now what I can do is I can return some functionality. I can add a state. Right now I can do some things here and return what I want to the state. So instead of returning an empty array, I'm going to do some stuff here. First of all, I'm going to get my notes that are saved in local storage. And I'm going to use JSON.parse here to convert my strings into JavaScript objects that I could use. So that way I can display here. Right now, we need to convert those strings. Remember that we have it in local storage. So we use JSON.parse. This is a normal JavaScript stuff. And then we pass in the local storage API get item method to get my notes from there. We use the key name that we gave it. All right? Right here. So we set the item here, and we make sure that we stringify it to put it in there, because that's the only way that we can put it in there. And then we bring it out from here like this. We get item. We parse it to make sure that this here now is saved as JavaScript. And now what we do is we return this to the state, right? So we return the saved notes, and let's do a ternary here. And we say, well, return, if saved notes is available, return it, okay? If not, return an empty array. This is basically what we're doing, right? So yeah, so we are just making sure that this is actually parsed, but it should be parsed in here already. So it should be ready for us here already. Or we can do the another operator here, but that's fine. Let's just leave it like that, just making sure. Now when we come back here, let me just come back and let me see what I got. If all right, so sometimes we're gonna have to start the server. Let me see if I have any errors here. First of all, this should have been working already. Let me inspect it here, and let's see what I got. Unexpected end of JSON input. Let me see. I got some errors there. Probably some misspelling with my beautiful. You can see syntax error there. So yeah, let me see. Weird that I'm not getting anything in here. That is a syntax error, right? So I'm not seeing it because, let me see. Oh, hold on. Oh, sorry about this. We don't need to parse this here. We could, and we wouldn't have to do it here, but we don't need to parse it there. We're doing it in one place already. Let's not repeat ourselves. So let's just take it off from here. It makes more sense to do it here anyway. And let me see. Should be good. Yeah. All right. So we were doing it twice there. So we have a note, right? We have a note here. You can see it. And now if I refresh, you can see that the data stays there. There we go. Boom. Now we are saving this in local storage, which is really good. Now let's go ahead and inspect it. Application, and you can see all our notes in here. Really nice. 0. You can see it all saved up in here really nicely. Perfect. Okay. So one thing that I wanted to do here actually in the note list is instead of giving it the index here, what I would like to do just to have less code and to also and this is actually best practice and it's actually better to pass in the node ID, because the node ID is always going to be a little bit more unique, right? Since we are using already the date now, it should be a timestamp, so it should be very unique all the time. Now, of course, we can download a package and even make it better than what we have it here, but we're just going to leave it very simple, just the way it is right now. But when you have something like we have done in the past, like with the to-do app, and you don't have specific IDs, you just pass the index most of the time. But here, the key needs to be very unique, okay? So we already having timestamp, the date here, and in a timestamp, so it's very unique, and we just pass it in here, so that way we can keep this running smoothly in React. While we're here, let me just take this off. So just make sure you test your application and make sure that things are right. If not, if your application is not working 100%, look at the reference code in the beginning of every section that we have for projects, or ask me a question in the class and I'll help you guys out. I'll see you guys on the next following lectures or section. See you then. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So on this section here, we are going to build a calculator application. It's going to be awesome because it's going to be very responsive because we're using Tailwind CSS and we're using React. Now you can do, most of the things that you can do in a calculator here, which is division. We can do multiplication, subtraction, and addition. All right. So if you want, let's say you want to divide 81 divided by 9, then we'll do equal here, and it says 9. You can do 9. Then we just clear the values here, and we say 9 times 9 equal 81, right? Pretty awesome. And then you can just do minus here, 8, and do that. You can see that, 81 minus 8, right? Pretty awesome stuff. And then you can do addition as well, and let's just add 7 to it, and you get 80. See, so pretty awesome. It looks very simple, like I said before in other applications that we built, but behind the scenes, we have a lot going on. And this is just going to show you how to keep building more advanced applications. I hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys inside. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So let's get started in this section here, building this calculator. So I'm going to go ahead and open my terminal here. I know it's a little big, right? I'm going to make this a little smaller sometime in the future when I have some time, right? Anyway, so I'm going to CD into where I have my projects right now, and I'm going to use, now we could use Vite like we have before. I think we did that in the last section, right? When we used the Vite a package, but I don't like to use packages that much. Let me tell you the reason. When we use packages a lot, and we create an application that has so many different packages, we could create a problem later on if that package is not maintained. All right. So I like to use official, stuff from the website. Now I have a feeling that one day this npx command here for creating an application will change, or maybe will not work 100%. I don't know, because the Vite plugin or the package actually works a lot faster than this command here. So when we create stuff using npm create Vite like this, it does a couple things behind the scenes that are actually more productive when it comes to development, but that's okay. For testing purposes and, until you become more experienced, I think you should stick with npx this command here, all right, until things change. So because sometimes we download some of the dependencies here that comes with React that might not be included 100% in the Vibe plugin. All right. So I don't want to depend on a package. And when I say plugin, I mean package. So calculator, I don't want to depend on it. So I'm just going to use npx create React app. And let's create this. And that's the way we're going to be creating this one. I wanted to introduce you to the Vibe package because it's very useful. I use it a lot in my development, but I'm already experienced with technologies. So, you know, I can see the benefit. You guys are starting out, so you don't see it. It's good that you practice. And then when you get more to be more experienced, you understand exactly why we use some packages sometimes, right? So you can see that this is taking a little longer than usual. And it's because it's installing a bunch of things in behind the scenes that are sometimes not necessary for all the projects that we'll be creating, especially this small calculator application. Anyway, let's go ahead. And also what I want to do is I want to install Tailwind CSS and also, post CSS and auto prefixer. So let's do that now. So let's do npm i-d, and I stands for install, just in case you want a shorthand here. And you can do Tailwind CSS, post CSS. So actually, hold on. Let me just go inside the calculator app to do that. Sorry about that. So let's go in there, and then we can do npm install or i-d Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and then auto prefixer. Let me just make this a little smaller and expand it right here so we can see that better, right? So we have Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto prefixer. We press enter. All right, that's going to be installed. And then I want to do npm Tailwind we want a configuration file for Tailwind CSS init. Oh, sorry, forgot this guy. Perfect. Oops. Tailwind CSS init unknown command Tailwind CS. Oh, npx. Sorry about that. There we go. Alrighty. So now let's open this up and run our application just to make sure things are working. Alrighty, I'm opening this up in my editor, and you can see now that let me go into the terminal, and we'll do npm start, just like that. That should give us this. All right, perfect. Now let's go ahead and test. Well, let's go ahead and configure Tailwind CSS to work. So the first thing is we need to tell Tailwind configuration in here to check for anything that in the source folder that has these extensions. Let's go ahead and make a JavaScript in JSX. We don't have JSX yet, but we'll have it in the future maybe, right? So since this is a very small application, we might not have it, but let's go ahead and once we have this, let's make sure that inside the source folder in the index.css, we delete everything there and we'll create these directives here for Tailwind to work properly. All right. And then we'll go into the app.js in here, and we'll take everything out from header and create some h1 here that maybe has some text that will be blue 500 with font bold. Right? So this classes should be enough to let us know that this works. Let's give it some margin top to be 4. All right, let's go ahead and check this out. You see that it works 100%. So our Tailwind CSS is working. Our React is ready to go. We'll start playing around. Oh, and one thing here, guys, go ahead and download. Remember that in the first lectures of my sections, I'm going to have, some files. Go ahead and download whatever files I got in this section. Okay? In this lecture. I'll see you guys in the next one. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So this is what we got so far, right? We got our application, our React application working with Tailwind CSS. And we're going to leave it just the way it is, the configuration and the file naming. And we're going to leave the extensions the way they are right now. Usually what I do is I change the extensions so that I can get some syntax highlighting and error checking and all that stuff with my editor, but I'm going to leave it the way it is. Now, when you're changing this extension, sometimes you're going to notice that your Tailwind CSS will stop working. So just make sure that whatever extension you're using, that you are referencing everything in your projects the right way. Make sure that you have no spaces here in this Tailwind configuration, just like we had here. Make sure you never have any spaces in here. Just keep things very tidy, all right? Because your project might fail for any little reason, okay? So first things first, go ahead and download a file that I'm going to give you in this lecture here. And that's going to be some content, some dummy content for our calculator. And I say dummy content because I'm going to give you all the styles so that way we can get up and running really fast. We don't need Tailwind to learn Tailwind on this section here. Since I already showed you how to use the CSS framework, all you have to do is go to the documentation and learn it, or take a course to learn how to build different things. So I might have a course on Tailwind CSS, or some other instructors might have it. It's beneficial. It's very, very beneficial. So put in your to-do list, and your to-do list for your taking courses, right? Anyway, let's go ahead and create a calculator here. And let's do JS, all right? JSX, just like that. Now, let's go ahead and return something from here. And what we're going to be returning is this dummy content that I gave you, all right? Just like this. So I'm just going to return it here like this. And now when I go back into the app here, app.js, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import this on top and return it, right? Return it to the browser so I can see it. So let's go ahead and do that. That is a calculator. Not a container. Why is it saying container here? Calculator. There we go. And yeah, it's kind of big, but yeah, it works. All right. So that's all you're going to do in this section here, in this lecture. So make sure that you do this. And yeah, pretty nice. So very easy lecture. Finish it, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Now, the reason why I created this here to be JSX is because I want some of that syntax highlighting. So you're welcome to change this to JSX, but I'm just going to leave the rest the way they are. I just want to make this a couple lectures very simple. All right. I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. I hope you guys are ready. Let's do this. So let's take a look at what we got here so far, right? We have some HTML that doesn't have any functionality at all. So I was taking a look at the code here. I'm going to explain it to you just a little bit. Right here, we have 4 buttons, right? These 4 buttons represent the 7, 8, 9, and /. As you can see in the first row right here, right? This first row has 7, 8, 9, and /. What I want to do is I want to replace all this here with JavaScript code. That's what I want to do. All right. So that way we can take a handle on this, right? Grab a handle on this code and, do our calculations. So let's go here. And I want to replace all this here with some JavaScript. So I'm going to leave that there for reference right now, and then I'm going to remove it. So we're going to create an extra row that's going to have 7, 8, 9, /. So first things first, let's go ahead and do this in expression here. This is how we do it in React, right? So we'll grab this here, and I'm going to create an array with some values, with the same values that we got here, as a matter of fact, 7, 8, 9, and /. So 7, 8, 9, and /. Simple as that. And I'm going to be using map here. So I'm going to map through this. I'm going to get the value out, and I'm going to create a button just like that. Let's see what that does. First of all, let's see. So it should be 7s, all the way 7s in that new road. I mean, yeah, this new road. You can see all the 7s, right? So the reason why that's happening is because we have a static value here. So if we replace this with value, we should be good. Hold on. Let me make sure that I put the, spell this correctly. And there we go. 789 / Perfect. Now I can do the same thing to the others. And I could delete this one because this is a duplicate. You can see there. Now I can do the same thing with the others, right? So I'm going to come down here. I'm going to grab this and copy it. And that second row is 4, 5, 6, and asterisk. So let's do that. 4, 5, 6, asterisk for multiplication. Okay, simple as that. And now I'm going to come down here. You can see that we have an extra row here, 4, 5, 6. Let's delete this one. All right. So there we go. Let's come back here. Let's make sure that everything is good. Now we're going to do 1, 2, 3 and subtract. All right. So 1, 2, 3 and subtract. Perfect. Come back here. 1, 2, and 3 subtract. Do the same thing here and delete the rest. Right here, this one. So we only have one last one. 0 dot equal symbol and plus symbol. Right? So 0 dot, and what was the other one? Equal symbol and plus symbol. So equal and plus symbol. Simple as that. And now we're going to delete this last one. And we should be good for now. Right? Let's go and see our calculator now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then we have all the symbols to do our calculations. Really cool stuff. All right. So anyway, guys, we're done with this functionality. Let's jump into the next one. And I'll see you guys then. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So now what I want to do in this lecture is super simple. I just want to set some states for our inputs. That's basically what I want to do for this input here, for the this input and for the result. So let's go ahead and set some states for that. I'm going to go to that. We're doing everything in this component here. Maybe later on we'll break it down into components, but we should be good right now for this. All right. So let's go ahead and create. Let's do input. And there we go. And here I'm going to do result. So let's do result and set result. And we're going to use React here. Now, like again, we could just use, if we have multiple, we don't have to use this guy here like this. So what this does is that we use less code, basically. That's what we're doing here. All right. And of course, you can import React here if you need it later on, right? So yeah. So this here, what I want to do is, let's go to the right-hand side right here. This will be the input. So I'm just going to display input here. And we're going to say, let's just do an expression. We're going to say, or just show me a 0. Right? And this one here, we'll do result. This would be the result variable, just like that. Simple as that. Okay? Yeah, we have different value. Let's just put the input value here. Let's just leave it at input, actually. It's very confusing to do input value. Let's just leave it at input. Let's leave this one to be result. Okay? And that's it. That's what we got there for that. So I was just going to do that on this lecture, but that's too short. So we want our lectures to be a little bigger, right? So what I want to do also here is we want to get a handle. We want to handle the click on these buttons here. And that's one thing that I forgot to put in all these buttons. We want to handle the click on that button and pass that specific value. So let's go ahead and do that. We're just going to add it here on this button, and then we're just going to copy it and put it on the rest of the buttons, all right? So that's exactly what we're going to do here. And we just add an on-click here. And we say, on-click, I want you to, we don't have that method, but we'll have it. So we're going to handle click. well, this is a function actually. Sorry about the, I use those terms interchangeably. All right. So on click, we're going to be executing this guy that is going to be passing in some type of value here. Now, we're not going to use the index here. I'm just going to leave it here, but you can remove it if you want. Okay. Let's go here and create this function on the top. So that way we'll come back here and do that. So let's do const, handle that. And let's make it an arrow function here. Boom. And let's just do console.log here just to, so that way we know that that's actually working. So we got, that's the first one, 7, 8, and 9. Let's do console on that one. And then if it works, we'll copy it and put it on the rest. So 7, 8, 9, and /. Perfect. Let's go ahead and copy that on the rest. So I'm going to grab this whole thing and I'm going to paste it in here. Oops. What in the world did I do? Oh, TypeScript file. Sorry. Yeah. Let me just put it here. Let's put a little space and voila. There we go. Oh, this is, let me see if this is the clear. Yeah, that's the clear. We don't need it there. We need it here. So the zeros, the 1, 2, and 3 line, the 4, 5, 6 line or row, and here. All right, so let's see. Let's double check on these values here. And it says each cell should have at least a unique key, right? If we're looping through it, yeah, that would be nice, but we don't need it in this case. As a matter of fact, let me see something here. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, guys, okay, if you want to, you can go ahead and pass the index and put that there. So that way we can, let's do that. Let's just do things this way here so React doesn't complain too much about it. I'm just going to put it here. All right. Anyway, let's go here. Now let's log this. So 7, 4, 1, 0. I can see all these values working 100%. All right. So yeah, we did pretty good. All right. So before we finish, one thing that we need to update is this guy right here. We need to see what we're typing in here, and then we need to see the result. So let's go ahead and see that. First of all, the result we're not going to do right now, but we can do this one here because the result needs to have calculations. So right here where we are logging this to the console, we're going to just grab that set input value and pass it in there. But what I want to do is we don't want to just set the value. We want to add to the value. We want to add to the input actually. So we already have this input that we have in state. And then whatever comes in, we want to add it into there. Okay, that's basically what we want to do. So now we should be keeping track of this, right? Look at that, right? So when we type this, watch, we can't, let me just refresh. So when we type this here, right, it's already in the state, in input. But when I go ahead and do another one, right, we are adding the other to that input. So that's why you see that that's the adding that we're doing here. Okay, perfect. We are ready to do some calculations, guys. I think we're almost ready. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So far, we only have one functionality here, right? We can click on these numbers and add their values in the input. Now, I want to add clearing this out because I'm not able to. I have to refresh the screen here. So let's go ahead and add that. So what I want to do right here on this button, all the way in the bottom, the clear button here, I'm going to add an on click right here. So I'm going to say on click. I want you to clear input, right? So I'm going to have this function that's going to be called clear input. And this is going to be really easy. Watch this. So all we have to do here is, as a matter of fact, let's just do that. And this will be called clear input. I won't have anything there. And the value here, I'm going to set it to be empty string, just like that. And now I'm going to use this set result as well. And when we have it, we're going to also clear that out. We don't have it yet. We'll have it in a minute. And that should clear this here. So if I type in whatever numbers and I click here, it's back to 0. That's nice. So now we need to figure out, our functionality works like this. If we do 7 plus 7, I want to click this equal symbol here to give me the result down here. Right now is adding it to the screen. I don't want it to be added here to the input. So let's go and figure out where that is actually coming from. So we're going to go all the way down here where we see it. And now we need to detect this stuff here. So, and then we need to do this on click, right? Because we have an on click here. So I'm going to bring this down here. Right? And I already have an on click on this button that is handling this guy here. So we only can have one on click here. We cannot have two of them. So I'm going to have to use the same line here. So let's go ahead and bring this class down here. So that way we can do a little bit more here. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to say, I'm going to put this here, this condition in this expression. So let me just put this to the side here. This on click here, when the value, which is this guy here, when I click on the button, this value's here, right? So when this is equal to this here with the equal symbol, when it's equal to that, and let me just put, yeah, I can leave it in the single quotes, that's okay. Then when it's equal to that, what I want to do is I want to activate another function. That other function that I'm going to create is going to make the calculations. That's what I wanted to do. Because when I click here, well, when I click on the equal symbol, I want the calculation. I want to create I want to process that. So calculate result. That's what we're going to do, right? So when I find this symbol, I'm going to activate this function, which we don't have yet. And else, go ahead and activate this guy here, right? We're going to handle that click. Let me just fix this for a minute. Let me see. Let me just go ahead and, yeah. So anything, something else, I mean, if the value is not equal to that, to the equal symbol, then handle the click. But otherwise, calculate the result. And that's what we're going to do here. So we're going to create this function that is going to calculate the result. Okay. Just like that. All right. So what I'm going to do here is going to use a try and catch statement here. And then I want to try something here. So I'm going to grab the set result. That's what I want to grab here. And let me come back here. So I'm going to try that set result. And I'm going to use this eval function in JavaScript. Now, if you take a look at this eval function and give you so it gives you the information, it gives you a little warning here, but this is a small application and that's okay if we use it like this. Okay, so basically it's telling us, hey, listen, when executing JavaScript from a string, it's an enormous security risk. It's far too easy for a bad actor to run an arbitrary code when you use eval. So basically this eval function here, all right, gives us some type of expression, right? And just to give you a shortcut or a summary here on all this stuff here, this eval function can grab a string, whatever that string is, like 2 plus 2, and give you the result of 4. It understands that. So we give it any string expression here, and eval is going to try to process that. And since we are using strings here, right? We're using values of strings. We are able to process that with this function here, all right? So that's basically what it's doing. And don't worry about the warning here. I mean, this is not the perfect solution for a bigger, like a really huge application, but for a small calculator like this, yeah, that's not bad at all. So what we're gonna do here is we'll grab the eval and we'll grab the input value. Well, the input here. Okay, just like that. Let me put it right here. And I'm going to attach this JavaScript, this method here called to string. And I'm going to make this a string, whatever I have, that input, whatever input I have in there, right? So we make the calculation and put it into the result. Simple as that. Eval is going to take care of that, and we're going to convert it into string so we can put it in the input. Here, we can grab the set result here, and instead of logging that in, we can say error. We can just set it to error, just like that. Okay? Perfect. Let's go ahead and let's clear this out. 7 plus 7 equals 14. Isn't that awesome? Let's make some more calculations here. Let's go 9 times 9 equals 81. All right, let's make a big one here. So let's just do 900, right? 900 times 900. Yeah, that looks about right. What do you guys think? What about 81? Let me just clear this out. 81 divided by 9. 9. See that? Really cool stuff. We can add more stuff into this calculator if we wanted to with time. But this should be sufficient here, guys, to give you some knowledge into creating some of these applications with React, right? Giving you extra stuff. So really cool stuff, really simple, but it gives you the necessary information for you guys to keep going and create other awesome things, which is my goal. All right? All right, guys.